Okay.
Him. So anyway, as I was saying, crickets. Fuck.
God damn it!
Shit.
And you will never, and now none of you will ever know the context to that. So, hi,
I'm not
listeners.
it.
Hello, nerds. Welcome back to Adventures in Groran. We are here on the eve of Turkey Day, about to celebrate a much better time, much less of a waste and much less awkward and painful for everyone involved. We're gonna play some D&D, y'all. So,
Yeah. Boy.
please don't do 2011 Elmo on me, okay? Don't watch Sesame Street episodes from 10 years ago, no matter how much your 2-year-old son wants you to.
Oh no.
Okay, so
That sounds like regret, DV.
it is regret. It is regret. So much. Okay, so when last we left Kyra the human nerd, Irana the halfling bard, and Ellie the lizardfolk fighter, the trio arrived in the mining city of Moraskos in tow with their client, Miguel, the dragonborn lizard wizard / spy, question mark? They received their pay for their honest work, smuggling out a traitor to another nation, and in the process managed to find their way around the town, stayed at an inn. Ellie grew a mullet. Maybe met a flump, she's not sure. Briefly got turned to stone, you know, as one does when they go to a bar.
And drink wild magic beer.
Yeah, it was a fascinating time. They got extorted by a small child, explored around, made some deals with a couple of merchants.
Beat up a new friend.
Yep, met plenty of friends, all in the pursuit of hoping to find a Ragmuth cleric, the mountain god who rivaled the power of the god of the sea that Ellie had been cursed by. That turned up pretty dry, y'all, but in the process of looking, Ellie decided to blow off some steam at a fight pit and almost got her ass handed to her by a Kinku rogue named Volley who fought dirty, utilized pocket sand, but then kept rolling nat ones. Like a bitch.
Hey, that was a strategic nat one. I used my action to guard.
No, I'm more talking about the one where his short bow legitimately broke in his own eyes.
It's fucking shattered.
Yep. And then Ellie pulled I only used 20% of my power flex on him when she was done and beat him, rubbing the salt in that wound. And they had a conversation, discovering that Volley too is seeking to cure a curse and was about to seek out Bentroot Bog, a magical forest to the southwest, well, technically northwest, from where your location is, where supposedly ancient witches live that apparently could remove a curse, if not cure it. Sounds a little Faustian, more than a moderate amount of sus energy there. So, left with not too many options, and the knowledge that Ellie probably has about a month to get that curse removed, our party departed to sleep, separating from these Kinku gentlemen, and we are now at sunrise. Back in Moraskos, it is another chilly morning. You guys are on top of a mountain, but your accommodations at the inn are very nice.
Yes.
What do you wish to do?
Ellie's gonna see if anyone else is awake.
That's up to you guys. I'm not that much of a god.
I mean, if everyone else is awake, Kyra's beginning up too-ish.
Irana has been up and she's making the thing known as breakfast pizzas.
Oh, so you're down. So you're downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
You're downstairs with God. What did I have her named as? Let me see. It has been a few weeks.
Hell.
Here it is.
In my notes.
Caroline. That's it. You are down there, Caroline, the tiefling innkeep / barkeep. is down there with you. She has got her hair kind of messily tied up, and funny enough, a lot of it is kind of tangled up and around the base of her horns, which makes it look kind of frizzy.
Oh,
Just yawning and kind of... You could tell she is not quite ready to open the place yet for business. The bar thing is more a little later in the day, so this is definitely a little less of a professional time for her. You get the vibe almost that it's kind of sacred. But she is definitely enjoying the smell of what you are cooking.
There's also coffee if she wants any of that.
Oh, she would have partaken of that. She would have taken it black, took a sip, sprinkled some bizarre powder into it, then start sipping it again.
Irana looks briefly curious, remembers what the hell happened to Ellie last night, and goes, "No, I'll just drink my own coffee."
Completely fair. I'm more magic potion than woman now. I've experimented on myself so much. Alright, so you all would smell that. Imako definitely would smell that from upstairs. Just like, well, she is definitely making breakfast, and given her track record with how meals usually go, I want to get up in on that.
All right.
Ellie would head downstairs as soon as she smells food.
Alright, you smell the food, and as you arrive down there, you are greeted to not much of a crowd, and the door is closed to this Wrathful Scallion in bar combo, so thankfully that's
the only one. Sorry.
it is preserving heat, thankfully.
Ah. Good morning.
Well, the top of it, anyway. Caroline says, just nodding at you, just feel free to help yourself to any seat. Take your time. I don't really have anyone else staying here. The two bird gentlemen left already.
They are gone?
Yeah, said they had to go. Had to skip town about as quickly as they could. Seemed in a very big hurry.
Oh.
Would we? Did they mention this last time? Or...
Yeah, were we possibly going to go together?
They said that they would wait in the town of Rennek near that route for you for a few days if you decided to come after them.
Yeah, they were heading for Rennek. Then we have to go find a dragon at a circus that they might also have.
Yeah, we wanted to check.
That was one of your options, yes, to head to the circus.
Yeah, let's exhaust all of our options in town first before
Before going to see possibly hags.
Possibly,
Yeah, I mean...
possibly with quotation marks around it.
Yeah, yeah.
So Kyra's whole thing is to get the barding from the...
Yep, Schmiffany.
To get barding from Schmiffany for Imako. Which Imako probably is like, I don't want to go back.
Yep. And then I think I called him... What was the name of the little Florida man gnome?
Oh, God.
Schmelison, I want to say. We'll go with that until proven otherwise.
We would like to go see
Yep.
the strange one.
You're going to have to be a lot more specific than that, Imako says mentally under her breath. This whole town seems full of characters.
Oh god, I have a 2020 joke out of it. Beats being a full town full of Karens.
So Irana does eventually come out with her pizzas. Well, I'll get like one to yourselves.
We will take this for the road.
What is all the breakfast pizza?
Oh, the breakfast pizza consists of eggs, sausage, bacon. It has cheese, like several different kinds of cheese on top, and it has like that breakfast gravy that you get in breakfast burritos.
Oh.
You basically made a breakfast casserole.
That sounds good.
Right. That is a hearty meal that is going to keep you... Yeah. You're getting that weird kind of like... It's like if a 4-star chef went into a Waffle House one night. It gives you that same kind of feeling of towing the line between satisfaction and regret.
That's how
But you
Hobbit
know-
cooking goes.
But you know that is going to keep your belly warm the entire day.
Yeah.
You're probably not going to need lunch. You may still eat it, but you probably won't need it. You've probably got enough calories to keep you going for a while. So, as you all are sitting there and enjoying this little moment of warmth before stepping out into the cold mountain air, you're suddenly treated to the cold mountain air as the door to the scallion opens, and in steps little Schmoliver, that gnome child.
Oh.
/ possibly fence. You're not actually sure.
Possible mob boss?
Irana immediately waves him over and points at the pizza that she's eating because she has some of it in her mouth.
Well, you are a little harder to find than you should be. Little gnome walks over, once again displaying just an unreal amount of maturity for his 2.5 foot tall frame. You're not even sure how he's walking. You feel like a stiff gust of wind would knock him over.
Should we be hard to find?
Not really. In complete honesty, you kind of made a scene down there at the crater last night. People were still talking about that fight, about the hooded, black-scaled. People think you're a dragonborn, and I assume that's a very intentional thing, but you definitely don't carry yourself like any dragonborn I've ever met. But it's not my business to know that if you have no intention of sharing it.
We are who we are.
Aren't we all? And on that subject, I've got something for you.
You do?
Why, yes, I do. I've got a lead. Can't promise too much beyond it. It says that he not just knows a Ragmuth cleric, he can get in contact with him for you.
Oh.
He actually sought me out, which was interesting. Apparently, I'm not the only one with ears to the ground in this town, but interesting thing was that he insisted on coming to see you himself, and, well, he followed me the entire way here.
Oh.
That is in.
So imagine the said person just walks through the door right now.
Yeah, the doors swing open again. Another burst of cold air comes in. But the first thing that enters in is a mechanical guard drake.
Oh.
It has the same exact size. It's the size of a large dog, but has very reptilian features and looks like it's made out of chrome and has very bright yellowy eyes. Just these two LED lights that just kind of scan over everything. Its tail holds open the door, and another gnome rolls in right behind them. Much older looking gnome. And they're in a wheelchair.
Oh.
Yeah, found your way to him. So, you did good, kid. You did good. The gnome just kind of wheels in. This wheelchair, as you take a good look at it, it is tricked out.
Oh no. He artificed his wheelchair.
Mm-hmm. He is steering it with a little kind of magical sphere on the armrest that he kind of rolls forward, almost like a really advanced computer mouse or something.
Damn. Ellie's just. If you could see her face, she'd be having confused anime face.
Surprise Pikachu face.
Yeah.
Getting a look at this guy, basically, Kyra, you actually can't help but respect the fashion sense when you first see him. He is dressed in a style somewhat similar to where you're from. He's kind of silver foxing in some regards, which for a gnome means he's probably got a few centuries to his name. Large mutton chops and mustang, Eggman proportion almost mustache. Sticking out a pretty considerable way. Headed balding up at the top, but he's got goggles there. He's wearing a blanket over the bottom of about from the waist down and everything. But overall, very confident energy, very bright, piercing blue eyes that glow a little bit looking over at all of you. Yeah. You three will do just fine. They like you a lot. Good first impressions already. He just kind of reaches into a pocket underneath the blanket covering his legs, pulls out a couple of coins and tosses them at Schmoliver, who catches them in midair, bites into them both. Say, all right, well, say, if this winds up going south, I'll be happy to continue looking for leads for you.
We are confused.
Well, hopefully not for long. Like, I'll be in touch. And the little gnome just kind of paces out.
Wait.
Little legs. Yeah.
Don't forget your breakfast. She holds out half of
You're
the
not
pizza.
sure how. He just kind of holds out a hand, and a slice floats up into the air and moves towards him. Mage hand. Here, Peach. And just steps out into the streets munching on this greasy delicacy.
Does he react as he leaves?
It's like, oh, he's gone before you can hear anything major, but you definitely saw him starting to take a bite. He may come back for more, you don't know. In fact, actually, yeah, he would do that. Door opens a second later, and another slice floats up and floats out the door towards him. Like, sorry, went for the route. And takes off.
Would you like some breakfast?
Wow. Like, won't deny that smells mighty savory, but I've got to watch the old ticker these days, so I will forego that for now. I'm not quite in the prime can eat whatever I want phase of my life anymore. So, you three are looking for a Ragnath clerica here.
Yes, we are.
Can I ask why?
We have a problem with a curse.
All right.
We recently engaged in a guild mission dealing with the deep scion up north when, well, our companion ingested some deep scion blood. Which
Well, I don't even have to see your face to see the regret if you're coming this far looking for this much of a loose end. So I gotta tell you, you're picking a real needle in a haystack method of curing that.
It is what we were told we needed.
Well, if it's as bad, it must be pretty bad if you were recommended that. Well, you're in luck. I do happen to know one. In fact, he owes me a favor.
Where are they? We feel there is a butt coming.
Well, then I'll cut right to the chase then. He just wheels over to one of the closer tables, starts fishing into a pack latched around the back of the wheelchair for a few things. And he pulls out a large roll of parchment and rolls it out onto the tabletop. I know that this is a bit of an odd first impression to immediately be jumping to this, but you three, forgive me for I didn't see you there, looking over at Imako. You four might just be in a very prime place to help me out with something I've been looking to do.
Oh?
What is that?
Unrolling the parchment, you see what appears to be almost akin to a blueprint of the city you are in, Moraskos, kind of floor plans, and you see a lot of the interior of the mountain. It almost looks like someone cut the mountain in half and showed a cross-section of it with a lot of the mining tunnels. This map looks like it has been done by hand.
Oh. God damn.
And it is very detailed, and it looks very old.
Can I investigate that?
You can look at it if you wish.
I am waiting for you to say, how do you feel about heist now?
Let's see how shitty this roll is. Oh, fuck!
18. Okay. All right. You're still learning a lot of the common text, but you can see a few things looking around at it. There are lots of scrawlings and scribbles, a lot of tunnels beneath. You recognize, like, the area looking at it where, like, the inner city and the outer city, the places you've been to are. You can recognize, like, the Thunder Forge and all of that. but there's a lot of tunnels crisscrossing all around underneath it that apparently go down all the way into the heart of the mountain, and a lot of them have been X'd out.
Oh.
And you notice, looking
Why
at the
have you-
ink, you can see that he has very similar ink stains on his own fingers.
Why did you cross these out?
Well, they're dead ends in more than one sense of the word. So, let me be plain and simple here. So, my name is Schmeizik. I won't bother you with too many details, but let's just say that my family had money at one significant point, and I'm a primary reason it is not. I am something of an expert in this city and everything within it, and that has made me something of a pariah and an outcast, because what I believe to be the case about this city's history is not a popular worldview.
Why not?
Dragonborn don't care much for history, but they believe what they're told about it, usually. Makes them a bit gullible sometimes. You see, Moraskos is told to be a sacred city to Ragmuth and so on and so forth, but the oldest historical documents barely go back before the war, 2,000 years ago, when it was just a little hole in the wall. I personally believe, in spite of that, any writings older than that are all in Gnomish. I think this city was built
This
on
was a
top.
Gnomish city.
No, I think it was built on top of one. But the thing is, there's no historical records of any necropoli underneath this place. So,
The Crapo.
So you want an expedition to find ruins of a long-lost gnomish city for you?
yep,
That exists.
yes, that may actually not exist. I will be completely frank, I have spent literally decades and a sizable chunk of a family fortune looking for this. And I do not have anything in the way of monetary means to give you. Every bit of money I have goes to maintaining, well, points over at the mechanical guard Drake and his own chair, my own needs. I
So
don't
You
have
are willing,
So
but you are willing.
a favor for a favor, then.
Yes, exactly that. I personally believe that this is a very important thing. We could understand a lot. In all frankness, a necropolis underneath this place is a very big deal in light of recent political turmoils. Gnomish technology of the old world was capable of feats of destruction that, he points over at you, Kyra, your empress and every one of your high pants nobles would jizz themselves over.
Yes.
Weapons of an ilk that you cannot fathom. Walking towers of machinery that could block out the sun.
So barring all of what you've seen, I mean, barring the historical dead ends, do you have any other sorts of leads leading to this, or any sort of other tangential evidence?
Well, nothing more than old writings and a lot of old mining tunnels that seem like they've got no business being there. It's not very structurally sound the deeper you go. I'd say I have tried every single tunnel for a very long time. I have mapped them all out as I've gone. I have hired guards, thrown money away to get them going. Many have died, many have quit.
Why us?
Because you are probably one of the few people who need something that I actually still have to offer, even if it's just information. I know that Ragmuth cleric. He's the reason I'm in this chair, and he's very guilty about it. He owes me a favor. And if you help me, it doesn't even matter if you help me find it or not. Because all frankness, this is the last chance I've really got for it, and it's the last time I'm going to take any attempts. If I don't find anything this time, I'm giving up on it. I haven't in several years, to be completely frank. I've put up so many guild notices that if you look down at the very bottom of that guild board over there at the hall, you will see a perfect parchment-shaped space where the wood has not been exposed to as much sunlight and is less stained. It was there for a long time. I took it down a couple years ago. But when I got wind of you looking for that, well, and you seemed capable enough, thought maybe, just maybe, I had a chance here.
So, for example, let's say if we do find this city or ruin, what will become of it?
That depends entirely on what we find. If it winds up being just an old dead ruin, and it's a historical discovery for gnomes, we can have gnomes come here and try and look into it, try and figure out what it was for, maybe identify family histories.
But what if one of these jizz weapons are there?
Please don't
If
ever
that-
call that again.
That's fair.
Don't ever call it that again.
Yeah. If there is something actually dangerous down there, then, well, I don't want it falling into the hands of somebody who'd abuse it.
That we agreed.
I believe my ancestry dates back to this point. I don't really have much of a pedigree beyond the history of this town, so gotta be from somewhere near here. Gnomes kept very good track of things if for some reason there's no family history dating back more than 2,000 years for me. The Schmalenstein family is supposed to be a bit more illustrious than that, apparently. Most other big gnome names can go back at least twice that length. But I'm not here to wax poetic about my own angsts.
So,
I'm here to... Go ahead.
So, what tunnels do you want us to, or what area, given the size and scope of this map?
Oh, this map is such a colossal mess to read through. There's only one way you're going to be able to get down there, and that's if I go with you.
Fair enough.
I can't
then-
promise anything in the way of a monetary reward, but I can say if we find anything safe enough to be put into good hands, I will let you have a pick of it. Anything doomsday capacity, though, no. Off the table.
Well, obviously,
Of course.
I prefer to give that to the proper authorities.
Indeed.
And I don't mean Madria. Anything but them.
So,
I'd rather give them to a Bentroot hag than a Madrian army.
you're an interesting one, you are. So, do we have an accord then?
Carol looks at the other ones. I mean, to the alien.
It's
Ellie looks down to Arana.
Can I roll an investigation on the map and use a history check to, given how big of a nerd I am, to piece together where would something like this, rationally, given everything she knows, be roughly?
Absolutely.
All right, first investigation check. That's a 26.
Irana is all in for it. She looks at Ellie and goes, "Yeah, this is gonna help you. We'll do it."
That's a 26 investigation and a 20 on history.
Yep.
Damn.
All right. Looking over the map, you can definitely see that, much like Ellie perceived herself, but with a more scholarly bias behind it, he definitely has made this map himself over the course of probably decades. And you can definitely tell that the way it's all mapped out, that he did it all by hand as he went along down into different tunnels. And looking at it all, it looks like that every time he has attempted to get closer to the heart of the mountain itself, there was some manner of a dead end and some reason why he had to turn back. But there is very little in the way of tunnels in the heart of the mountain itself. In fact, that's just a giant blank space.
It is intriguing that there isn't anything at the center of the mountain.
That's my exact thought. Trying to reach there myself. Not so easy, though. Collapsed tunnels, all manner of natural hazards, mushroom forests that are too toxic to breathe, giant spiders.
Does a Mako
Mushroom
shudder when he
forest?
says that?
A little bit.
Mushroom forests?
Yeah, I mean, surely you saw them in the inner city. There's a couple of groves of them growing here. They've spread up from the underworld, apparently. virulent things. Can go just about anywhere if you gotta grow anywhere without any sunlight. Some of them are actually surprisingly delicious.
I think there might be something here.
Yeah,
Before all this, when I met her, Kyra points to Amako, before that we were attacked by some sort of horrible creature that came up from the deepest depths of the.
Yeah,
So theoretically, this could go all the way down to there. Theoretically, that could be where.
if there's mushroom growth coming up from the underworld, then yeah, we know that that's where they're from typically.
So there
Old
has to
horror
be.
stories.
So we have a source of the mushroom, so there has to be some source going deeper.
That checks out. Our Micropoli dated actually were all over, and they touched down into the deepest parts of the world. Whole cities built into mountains that were basically just giant, highly technologically advanced tunnels. Pierced right down to the very cores of things.
So theoretically, if this was a gnomish necropoli dating back to before the war or during the war or before, there would probably be some sort of at least main entrance or some sort of at least protected entrance, like it's maybe or even some sort of like refugee or secret passage we could probably take.
That's what I'm hoping. I've yet to find any ground on that, but to be honest, I just consider all of these, pointing all of the X's on the tunnels, I just consider those trials and errors. And every single one of those tell me how not to reach it. And there's more tunnels yet to try.
Alright, so we have more. So there is more options besides the ones you've already explored. Then that's.
Yep, plenty of them. And I think I've got a good route in mind. I did find some old gnomish coin down. He points at one other particular tunnel that looks a little ways down. Probably a little bit of a journey to reach. But not too bad as far as travel goes. It's all well settled. The early stages of it are all very well established, very well guarded mines. They just let us go through those without any incident. Once you get a little bit deeper, though, you start to get to the parts that are a little less safe.
What kind of things are not safe?
Creepy crawlies, mostly. Things that like the dark. There's not much light down there.
Kyra pets Amako as he says that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Things with lots of legs, lots of eyes. Also, a lot of rust monsters.
Ooh.
oh.
Bring a light source along, though, and they usually leave you be. They're very easily taken care of. You only really have to worry about them if you see a really big group.
Ellie looks at her metal armor.
All right. So
Don't worry, though. Kind of looks at himself. I happen to know a thing or two about how to handle myself, and he kind of waggles his own fingers, and you see a little bit of magical light going in between all of them, almost like he's flipping a coin between his fingers. Like,
Oh, fancy.
I can repair a few things if I need to.
Oh, thank goodness.
Mr. Schmeisek, when do we begin?
Well, honestly, I didn't even think I'd make it this far. Most people look at me like I'm crazy when I bring this up, all frankness. Old Schmeisek and his crazy ideas.
We found ruins where a deep scion was living. We have seen some strange already.
This is going to be a fair bit older, I'm going to tell you that. Probably a lot shinier. And probably a bit more rusted if rust monsters are down there.
We understand if you would rather wait to tell us, but your friend, how far are they?
I don't know. I'd have to get in touch with him. Last time I saw him was about 7 months ago. He doesn't want people in town knowing that when he comes in. Keeps everything on the down low.
We understand.
We don't have to actually find the place. If you guys decide to call it quits and that you can't go any further, that'll be the end of it. I will reward your efforts in helping this old man try one last time at finding his greatest dream.
We will help you.
I was like, you had Kyra's soul at the moment of Lost Ancient Ruin no one's ever seen before.
Oh, he noticed that.
Ellie is in dire need of any kind of good news in regards to her situation, but also
Unless-
that sounds
unless I don't
really
think there's a-
interesting.
So I don't think it will take more than a. How long do you think this expedition will take? A day, a few days?
I would give us about 3 days worth of supplies. One to get down, a couple to explore around if we need to. If we need to get out, well, that won't be too difficult to do. If we do reach a part that we can't pass through, that's the end of it. Just one
Not
last.
necessarily. We might be able to clear some rocks if we run into any.
You
Perhaps
said-
not a whole cavern, but
You certainly look like you've got some muscle on you.
we have some.
So, what do I call you three? Full, forgive me.
Uh,
I'm Kyra. This is Ellie, and that's Arana, and this is Amako.
Colorful bunch.
Ellie sticks out her hand.
He reaches up and takes it, and there's actually a slight jolt as he does so. And you just see him give a very sly, shit-eating grin at that and a little bit of a wink. He almost did shocking grasp on you.
Ellie, looks surprised. Then he feels a tap on his shoulder.
Like,
And
neat
there's
trick.
an echo right there.
Like, neat trick. That'll come in real handy.
I think he's pulling the Kifa strat.
Mm-hmm.
The Kifa strat.
Oh yeah, Kifa, due to her heritage, has constantly exudes static electricity, so
She can channel that into shocking grasp pretty easily.
Damn, okay, that's neat. That's neat.
Well then, I say you can all meet up with me here. I'll come back here tomorrow morning. You guys can resolve whatever business you got in town before that you can. And we will embark. I'll be bringing some of my own supplies along. What I've got left.
We will try and get some of our own.
So, very good. Hope you'll be able to keep up. Just wheels around and rolls up the map. Thank you for your aid already.
Thank you for your aid.
It means a lot more than you know.
If we may,
Yeah.
we understand that we only have a certain amount of time. Would you be able to get in contact with your friend before tomorrow morning?
Roll a persuasion check.
Ready? Oh boy.
Arana could help.
Yeah, I could.
13.
Bardic inspiration.
It's already been rolled now, but yes.
I can also just help with persuasion roll. Just use the help option.
It'd still be
That don't
13.
Okay. He looks you over for a moment.
Ellie looks around the bar, sees there's not that many people, and pulls back her hood.
Even more interesting.
We are showing you. We are, goddamn words. Words. We are
It's
showing
fine.
you who we are, as a show of trust.
Well, I hope not to misplace it. I'll think about it. In all frankness, you all agreed to work with me, but if you're that desperate, I don't know if I can trust you that much yet.
We are not that desperate. We have a possibility. We have options, but we want to help you.
I'll think about it. In the meantime, you get yourselves ready. And he wheels himself out the door. The mechanical guard Drake just stares at the three of you for a moment. Eyes rest on Mako for a little longer than you'd think it should have.
Can I insight that?
If you wish.
Insight the metal dragon.
I'm gonna insight him.
19.
I don't
That's-
need insight Amako because I know exactly what's going on in her head right now.
Mako is just, there's some slight stranger danger vibes going off as that thing makes eye contact. All right, looking at it, it appears to show a little more intelligence than you initially thought it did.
Oh.
But it shows no real reaction of any kind to whatever it sees, and then it just kind of walks off very quickly behind Schmeizik and disappears into the city streets.
Dog.
Like Caroline is kind of is sitting up against the back wall, just kind of clears her throat for a moment. So, you three are off on something interesting.
Oh, right. She hasn't seen Ellie without her hood on. We
Ellie,
have.
play yourself. I'll be right back.
Yep.
Oh, we forgot you were sitting there.
I'm a tiefling. I'm used to it.
Aww. No, we
She
were
just holds up her hand very good-naturedly. Just, I'm fine. Believe me.
This sounds like an interesting little adventure that we're going on.
Yeah. I've
Just
not
very curious.
Kind of wondering what exactly is going to happen if we find anything down there.
I don't know much about gnomish culture or their history, so
Have you ever heard of Schmeizik?
I've only been in this city for like a little less than a year.
Well,
I'm sure if you asked around the guild or something, there's people who'd know. He did say that he's put up notices on that guild board several times over the course of decades, and it's never gone anywhere.
That
God,
might not be a bad idea to ask.
God, just thinking about that sounds sad.
We
Trying
want
to
to
prove
help
something
him.
like that. Well, that's
Honestly,
admirable of you.
even if he couldn't really help, I would kind of be compelled to do so anyway, because that kind of sucks.
Yes, he has been left. He has been left with nothing, and no one to help him. We could not just sit here as he was struggling.
Well, that's very kind of a lot of you. You all are
Well.
surprisingly kind in that regard.
Well, we would not be here if we were not shown kindness.
I like that.
Honestly, I think this entire place, and she gestures in the air, this entire continent or wherever we are, I think everywhere could just stand to be a little nicer to each other.
Ellie looks away a bit. And gets a little quiet.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. Though I will say this place is much better than where I came from in that regard. Your friend Kyra would know all about that, but Madria is a hard place to live in if you're not human.
Every time we have heard of this Madria, it has been bad.
It can
We
be
have heard-
good.
We have heard of one good thing from Madria, and that is Kyra. And you were from Madria, I believe?
Yes, originally.
And that is two things we have heard of from Madria that are good.
You'd meet a lot of people who would fall under that bracket. Most people, just like anywhere else, just trying to get by. It's just Madria has an issue where the people in power who have the money are very afraid of losing it, to the point where they would kill for it.
What a waste of time.
We do not understand people like that.
Rana just sighs and goes, "This sounds like such an absolute waste of time."
Their life is short as it is. But they
Their
care
lives should be
a lot
lived.
about
enjoying it, not amassing something to hurt people with.
Well, it's less like that here, at least. At the very least, in places like this, most people don't care about where you came from or what you look like. I mean, there are elves walking around in this city, too. And elves, 2,000 years ago, just straight up almost burned this entire continent to the ground.
What?
Mm-hmm. The Summer War. Went on for like a century or so.
We have never heard of it.
Irana's also blankly looking at her like, what?
Yeah, it was a very big deal, apparently. I don't know that much myself, just what we're taught in schooling. Elves came, apparently the gnomes brought them over.
Ah, interesting.
Irana looks at Ellie and then looks away, looks at Ellie again like, do you know what the fuck she's talking about?
Shrug.
Wow, I am not a good teacher for this. I know barely more than the bare basics. Yeah, elves came, they tried to conquer this place. They failed, but not without a lot of damage being done. It took the combined forces of dragons, gnomes, everything in between living here.
If we tell you something, will you promise not to tell anybody else?
I suppose, yeah. Depends on what it is.
We have come from a faraway island. None of this. We have never heard anything like this before.
Well, in some ways you're lucky if you dodged that kind of baggage in history.
Lucky. Lucky.
Irana was also like,
we need a second. She just walks away for a second.
I am also from not here. That's as best as Irana can say.
I gathered as much. You don't exactly seem of the common stock. You're not a dragonborn and you're not a gnome. You look enough like them to pass as them from far away, though.
We are Avash.
Never heard of them.
We have never heard of you until one kidnapped us from our home.
Ah, Tiefling was among the people who took you, eh?
Yes, his name was Flint.
Well, if I ever meet a Tiefling named Flint, I'll be sure to kick him in the balls.
Don't bother. He doesn't have any.
No.
Well, can't hurt me for trying.
No, she is right. We cannot.
There aren't too many Tieflings here. I'm sure I'll find them at some point.
No. We believe he was headed towards. What's the city name again?
Argoran.
Oregon. He was headed towards Argoran when last we saw him.
Way too rich for my blood. You know that whole thing I mentioned about Majory being hard and money and all that? That's there, but worse.
Oh.
Another reason not to go there.
I've heard horrible stories when I was on the airship on the way here. That, about Tiefling children going missing. About people in general going missing. Hello. We were just killing the time. We were just killing the time.
Sorry. Apparently my grandma left and left the dog in the back porch because he shit in the front room, but didn't bother to clean up the shit. So I had to do it.
Okay.
And there was either piss or Red Bull spilled all over the kitchen floor.
Wonderful. Sorry you had to go through that, man.
Don't worry, we were talking about things that Kyra would know, but these two had no idea.
All right, well, wait a minute.
Caroline was explaining a little bit of slight bit of like cliff notes of Adrian history and the Summer War and all that. Briefly, and said that if she ever met Flint, she'd kick him in the dick.
I told her not to bother because he doesn't have one.
Then she said it can't hurt to try, and I was like, no, she has a point. It can't hurt.
And now I'm gonna go BRB again to do what I intended to do, but
Don't worry, don't worry.
No worries. We'll take the time.
Yeah,
we'll
we will
just
not
we'll
leave
just
it
keep
up.
going.
Yeah.
But yes,
Yeah. We have not had much luck since we were taken from our home.
hopefully that turns around. Either
The
way,
best thing that has happened to us so far were these three.
good company goes a long way.
And
There's
she actually hisses a little bit. And her claws clench.
well, you're here now, and you're free to go where you please. Try to make sure you hold on to that ability.
We have lived our life doing what we wanted. It is all we have ever known. Then that was taken from us. But now there's so much more here.
There certainly is. If you're living a life on the road, there's a lot to see.
It is.
I wonder what
Like-
became of the rest of the ones I came with. Most of the people on the airship I came with were tieflings. We were told that was a very dangerous thing to travel all in a group like that, but didn't trust anyone else to come.
Would you have been kidnapped as well?
No, probably not. Others might have. There are a few tieflings out there that have earned some infamy. It's one, actually, that's known. He was the son of a noble family that they tried to keep secret and sent off to a convent, and apparently he got revenge by burning the entire manor down and killing every member of the family in cold blood.
Oh. Hmm.
They were a
What was
southern
the
family,
name?
so I caught wind of it. I don't know the name of the man himself, but I do know the name of the house that was destroyed.
What is it?
House Ismarcus. They used to be rather sizable nobles.
Hmm.
Now, are these the nobles like the ones from Madria that nobody likes, or
Now back for realsies, because I was.
Very much back for real. All right, I mean, when you're from where I'm from, most nobles have the same vibe of like they live in a completely different world.
Uh-huh.
All I know is that their manor burned down, all of them were dead, and apparently their one bastard son was on the loose. Very big tiefling with a broken horn. Couldn't miss him.
out of character? I know exactly who the fuck
Yeah.
that is. In character, it's just like okay.
That's intimidating as fuck.
From what I've heard, they haven't been able to find him in Madria, so I'd like to think that might mean he probably came here. If he was smart, he definitely would. Most tieflings are trying to find their way to come over here, because here we're typically not... It's nice to walk through city streets without having rocks thrown at you.
Again, Irana just turns and looks at Kyra and goes, "Why? Why did your homeland suck so much?" Like, she doesn't say that, but that's the vibe you get from the look on her face.
I'm not from the mainland. I'm from Ponto.
Oh, okay. I've heard a few better things about that one. The first colony. That explains a little bit. I've heard they're a little more forward-thinking there. It's just more expensive to live there than it is to come here.
And having a lot more of what you would call a revolutionary streak.
I've heard lots of education's good there, so most people are, well, far more inclined to free thinking. But anyway, I've talked all of your ears off enough. I've got to make sure I've got this place ready to get open for when those young raucous kids come back demanding me make more of the drinks that make their fire breath different.
Oh yes, perhaps this, she points to her face, would explain why your drinks worked so strange on me.
I don't have any explanation for that, all frankness. I thought about that all night. You not
Oh,
being Dragonborn definitely explains something. It's just the fact that that's never happened before at all with anyone that's drank it.
Helpless shrug.
Anywho, I think Imako has a appointment.
Yes, I have to go get measured. She was so handsy.
Ellie has to go get her whatever the hell happened to all of her crap.
Yes, we are very curious.
Yeah, that other crazy gnome.
Have you heard of him?
That was Amako who said that.
Oh, okay. Ellie flips her hood up. Oh, by the way, did they take the repulsor rifle that Ellie offered?
Yes, he did take it.
Okay. Okay. Goodbye, repulsor rifle.
We hardly knew ye.
Yeah, because Ellie's not. Ellie's.
She's not a dex fighter. It's okay. All right. You've managed to kill about an hour inside of the main ground floor of the Tavern Inn, so by the time you exit out, the sun is a little bit higher, and it is not as cold as it was yesterday.
Eventually, this cold will pass. We cannot wait.
We're going underground. That means it's probably going to get colder.
Good thing she can't hear that.
I was wondering, the old gnome told us that light would keep away those the rust monsters that eat the metal. I learned a new spell, and she reaches up and touches her feather headdress on her head, and they light up, like they start glowing.
Oh.
So
Ellie reaches out and pokes it.
So if we have anything that might be able to float in front of us, this might be useful. And she turns it off.
Perhaps our sibling could carry something in front of us? Our sibling is not as physical, but maybe they could carry something?
I guess that's something to ask Schmeisek when we meet up again. He might have something.
We may also want to ask around about Schmeisek. We believe his story, but we would also just like to know more.
A place to go for that's the guild. And Mako just kind of shrugs at that. So let's see, just kind of going over it in her own head so Kyra can hear it. So that's the barding, the crazy gnome who took all of her monster parts, and any other potential shopping or anything we might need to do. I mean, it sounds like we might be going in somewhere a little bit hot.
All I have is 16 gold on me, so...
Yeah, all I have is 15.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of money.
Right,
well,
so the day is yours.
if it would expedite things, we will go and get our weapon ourselves while you to go get the barding. Unless you would rather us all stay together.
That's up to you guys.
She's asking us to.
It's fairly safe in the
should
city.
head from place to place together.
Alrighty.
So I just kind of want to see what the hell he did with your crap.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's about the same amount of walking distance to both places. You still have to go into the inner city, and immediately upon doing so, you feel that same sense of warmth, like you're in a hearth again.
Let's just get the barding first. Are you alright with that, Kyra?
What was that?
To grab the barding first?
Whoever's first up, in terms of map.
You said they were both around the same distance away, so...
It'd take about the same depending on the route you took, but if you go back in the same way you did yesterday, which is the way you'd know, the barding would actually be the first place you'd find.
Yeah, then let's do barding since that's first.
Yep. Alright, so entering in.
Alright, let's just rip this Band-Aid off, Mako.
Yep, and never again.
Ellie reaches and pats Amako on the head.
That's nice.
Think of it like this, Samako. Now you probably won't die of a spider bite too.
And if it does, we will hit it again.
I feel so beyond relieved. All right, so
Yeah. I imagine the Marcus is like, kind of tell them they suck at this.
yeah, pretty much. Just I don't want to tell them that, but at the same time, they really need to work on their bedside manner. I do not feel better. I'm lying.
While we're going, can I just perception look around, see if there's anything weird around as we go?
Feel free.
Yeah. Boo. 8.
Okay.
Fucking shit.
Not too bad. Not too bad. If you're just looking around in the crowd.
Yeah, just kind of casually look around as we go.
All right, so just looking around through the crowd. There's most of it is about the same kind of general hubbubbery that you saw yesterday. Lots of dragonborn, the occasional gnome, an elf once in a while. You don't see anyone that you recognize from yesterday that you met, but you do see marching kind of in a weird little kind of trio. You actually see something that you haven't seen up to this point. You see a bunch of smaller looking dragonborn that are about the height of gnomes. All walking in a group, most of them wielding pickaxes, mining helmets. They have kind of these spindly, tapered, thin snouts. Some of them are almost more shark-like in appearance, with broader snouts, all different colors.
Sorry.
You're seeing kobolds above game.
Yeah. Ellie's like, her face look like she looks at them, to Arana, to a nearby dragonborn, back to them, and like looks between the three. She's like, what? Like, her face is just like so confused.
Oh, those are kobolds.
What?
Alright, that's the Elias.
Mm-hmm.
Not like really out loud, because
Yeah.
that would be rude to talking about a person's race. And
Ellie's seen 0 races before she left home at the age of like fucking 18 or 20.
They're not too uncommon around here from what I've heard. They just kind of... They prefer living underground, so it's not so shocking we'd see them here. So, beyond that, not too much. That's the one thing that would really catch your eyes, seeing kobolds for the first time. And now that you've noticed them, you do see a few more scattered here and there. But a lot of them interacting with gnomes, funny enough. They almost look like a mix between gnome and dragonborn.
That's where she was looking between a dragonborn and Arana.
But eventually, you do manage to find your way back to the little outdoor stall, and you find very quickly the smell of boiling leather. It's very strong. But you do see Schmiffany hard at work at her own station. Just, Oh, hello. Good to see you all again.
Hello.
Good morning.
Well, you'll be pleased to know that I got hit with a pretty sudden surge of inspiration and kind of pulled an all-nighter on it. I thought it might take me another day, but I actually did manage to get it finished. Hold on one moment. She just kind of walks over and starts digging through a few things, and she pulls out and procures this really very sturdy-looking set of leather armor that has a lot of little metal rivets in it. Like all over it. Cragcat fur actually was very good for that. I've also lined it a little bit around the edges in case it gets cold or, preventing chafing.
oh,
The fur actually went in a pretty good use for that. All right, well, let's see if we can get that fitted on you then. Come
There
over
you go.
here. Aw. Dog chainmail. All right, so it takes a few minutes to get everything on. Actually, really would take about the better part of an hour to get everything strapped in, but the Mako, by the end of it all, has protection.
Huzzah!
so her AC goes from 13 to 15.
Yep. Which can make a big difference in the early game.
Yeah. Does being made of crag cat fur do anything for her, or?
Not that you can tell.
Alright. Oh, hmm.
How is Amako reacting to it?
She's kind of rolling her shoulders a little, moving, wiggling, testing her flexibility. She's like, huh, spins better than I thought. Of course, now it's time for the ultimate test. She vanishes. The armor vanishes with her, and when she reappears, it's still on exactly as she left it. Huh, I've always wondered if that's how it worked. It's like, okay, it's good, I like it.
So I imagine it's leather armor, but it has one of those fluffy hoods that goes over Amako's eyes, so you just see your little snoot sticking out.
It can a little bit, yes. It can do that. Yeah. So yeah, it does have like fur lining around some of the edges, which is a little more of that wintry slate gray color compared to her own white fur. Because it's crag cat fur. But
Yeah. You look ready to fight, Imako.
good. Feel ready.
Well, we've probably seen a lot more spiders going forward, so
You had to ruin my high. Had to ruin my high as she just starts walking off.
Thank you very much for the armor.
Hey, no trouble. It's always a pleasure to have worked with something this colorful. I haven't done much for blink dogs. Best of luck. Hope it saves your life. You can thank her. I like it.
much obliged. Thank you.
Of course. Feel free to come back if you have anything else you need.
Does Amako pick up speed as she said that?
A little bit.
Walking away.
From doggy waddle to doggy trot.
Oh.
Okay, let's see what weird shit we're gonna get out of this.
Yeah.
All right, so remind me again what all you left with him.
Okay. I
The
did not delete
hammer,
it yet,
the
so.
gun.
5 deep scion teeth, 2 phase spider fangs, 1 phase spider eye, a manticore spike, a phase spider venom gland, drained to venom, 4 crag cat saber fangs, a crag cat paw, and a crag cat tail.
All right, interesting. Okay.
And her hammer and her gun.
Yeah, and no, not the gun, just the hammer.
Oh.
I gave the gun to the rogue.
Oh,
The
man.
volley. All right.
Because I have the effective range of 40 feet without needing to have a gun. I can't shoot it well anyway, so fuck it.
All right, so you make your way back over to the strange, very uncomfortable, unsettling gnome's little outdoor blacksmithing stall, and you can see as he's there just hammering away at things with that same just way oversized gauntlet that looks like bigger than his head.
You know, if we have to, we could cut off our arm and get one of those.
Don't do that.
We are willing to try anything at this point, Arana.
No, don't do that.
Don't even know if that would work. It's a curse. It might affect your whole body.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Ellie walks towards the gnome.
Just kind of looks up, eyes kind of half closed. Looks like they too have probably been up the better part of the night because there are some very pronounced dark circles and a lot of stains on the shirt that weren't there before. Oh.
Hello.
Morning.
Morning. We have come to see how the materials we gave you worked.
Said tomorrow.
It is tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is tomorrow.
Yeah. He looks over at the little leashed up rust monster over there by the side of his table, just kind of making eye contact in a "you lied to me" sort of manner.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
The rust monster just looks right back up at him, looking very happy to be there.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Finish one.
Yes.
Yeah. Kind of reaches down and he pulls out one sick ass looking longsword.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah. Took doing. Fun. Sharp.
Picks up the long sword.
It seems similar to like what you envisioned in your own head for what you were going to do with the Manticore spike, but you were seeing a lot of craftsmanship went into it. He kind of filed a lot of like the rounded parts of the spike down a little bit to more of a flat tapered edge. Yet it still maintains a very smooth, bony quality to the appearance. Has kind of a slight serrations to it still. Managed to keep those. The hilt is made. They've kind of been dried out a little bit and hardened and appears to be casted in metal, but you can definitely see the shape of the face spider fangs. As well as down, well, the face spider fang, one of them is down at the bottom of the scabbard, kind of in at the pommel, kind of in a spike sort of way, sticking out in a curve. You can see a couple of the crag cat fangs there too.
Ooh.
Around the crossguard, and the scabbard for it has crag cat fur all along it.
Ooh.
Yeah,
She runs her hand across the blade.
it's fun.
It is quite the sight.
Yeah. Test it.
Okay.
Test it.
Long sword.
He just kind of, as soon as you just kind of look down at him, he doesn't even wait for acknowledgement. He just kind of shuffles over and just walks like Homer Simpson into the bushes, except it's into a pile of scrap metal.
Jesus.
Just walks right into it without even flinching and comes out with a very functional looking little training dummy that you are not sure how he got.
It's like points me like on a pile of him. Like, what? How did you?
And Mako just, wow, this is so much more fun than what I just went through.
She hefts her shield on her back and takes the sword in both hands and. 17!
Definitely hits. It is a lot sharper than it looks.
6 damage.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Yep, it is sharper than it looks, in spite of looking like it's made out of a crude material. It has a Monster Hunter aesthetic to it, all around.
Hell yeah! Awesome. This is wonderful. Thank you.
Hey, it's fun. Hey,
It is very light. It is very light in our hand.
hey. Yeah, and he just tosses something, and you see he tosses the handle of the warhammer. The metal head of it is missing, and looking down at the casted metal and the on the hilt and everything, you're thinking that he probably melted that down and used it.
Ah, that is fair. Oh. It is wonderfully crafted.
Yeah.
Mind if we take the remains of our hammer? You never know when it may come in handy.
Fuck
Wait,
it.
what happened to the hammer?
He melted down the head of it to make the sword.
Yeah, that's against.
Made it better. Hey. He holds up and see, in here. He's got the crag cat paw. Just kind of stares at it for a moment. Just, and he runs over, grabs a little chain and kind of threads it through the skin very awkwardly and just makes it into a little rabbit's foot thing for a second. Like really garishly oversized, looks at it and and throws it back over there into the pile. Just
I love this little man.
You didn't last session.
No, I did.
yeah, keep that.
What?
Yeah, stutter.
No, we didn't hear you.
Oh, yeah. Can I keep that? He points over at the crag cat paw.
Yes, you may keep it.
Deal struck.
Huh?
Deal struck.
Deal struck. She sticks her hand out.
He punches your hand really hard with his oversized gauntlet.
Hey, you.
But, bring more.
We will. If we get more, we will bring you more.
Eh.
What was his name again?
I don't remember the name I gave him last session, so for now we're just going with Schmellison.
Schmellison, okay.
Okay. Fucking Florida man gnome.
Thank you, Schmellison. We will use this sword as best we can.
Shake a bitch.
What is shake?
He points at the cut mark you just made on the test dummy.
Ah, we see. Then we shall shake indeed.
Yeah. Just turns around, grabs his hammer, and just immediately resumes the same sullen expression and just starts beating on the metal again. Doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to what he's doing. He's just right back into work mode. The rust monster immediately perks up and gets excited and just catches any little bits of slag that fall off the table and gobbles them up.
Aww. That was all monster pieces?
Yeah, he didn't use all of them. He wanted the crag cat paw. He primarily used the face spider fangs, crag cat claws and teeth and all that, the fur, and the manticore spike.
Okay, so you didn't use the scion teeth or...
Nope.
Did you use the tail?
Tail from...
Crag cat tail.
No tail. He did not use the tail, and he did not use the scion teeth. You've still got those.
Alrighty. Sweet. And now I have a longsword.
Mm-hmm.
A fancy fucking longsword. He's admiring the hell out of it.
Oh, I don't doubt you. Well, that's not a bad thing if all he asked for in return was the severed paw of a big cat that we hated. Wonder what he's going to do with it.
Ellie glances back over real quick.
He is just looking, after he's done beating on something, you actually notice that somehow, very quickly, he made a little stand for it, and he's just got the cat's paw just kind of mounted up on it. And he's just kind of admiring it from multiple angles. It looks like he's trying to make up his mind about what he wants to do with that thing. Knowing him, it's probably going to wind up hanging around his neck.
That's fair.
Which is funny because it's like the size of his head.
Yeah, he's a gnome.
Florida gnome.
Florida gnome! She's just kind of swinging it around, getting a feel for it.
Mm-hmm. It feels good. It's well made, in spite of the fact that it looks very ramshackle in its origins.
Mm. It looks Monster Hunter sword.
Mm-hmm.
Just regular longsword stats, yeah?
Yep.
Cool.
So, is there anything else either you two want to do today, or
We have a lot of day left.
should we go and ask at the guild about Schmeisek?
I mean, if we could, if there's like, if we're gonna be seeing a lot of rust monsters, we could probably get that rust monster bounty if it's still there.
That's a good idea.
If we have to fight them anyways.
I think
Yeah,
that was
let's-
an open bounty, wasn't it? Just bring back their
Yeah,
antennas.
the bounty basically was for every... you'd get paid for antennae you bring back, because that's what they do their damage with.
Hmm. And our weapon is no longer made of metal. There's a little bit of metal in there, but
Oh, yeah, that's right. The blade actually wouldn't be affected by that. Handy.
I don't use metal weapons, so
Oh, we do. We are also wearing metal. We are slightly concerned about that.
that's why I was asking about the light. If we could keep them away, maybe.
Right.
Well, we should talk to Schmeisek about that.
He did say he would be bringing along some of his own equipment. If he's been down in those mines as many times as he said he has, he's probably got plenty.
We want to make a stop, though. We have thought of something.
Okay.
If you two do not mind.
Well, we're not doing much, so
Do you remember the bag of bones we got from back in oh god, the Pollywogs?
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
We turned those into many darts. We might try and sell them. They are not.
I thought you'll be able to make much.
Well, we currently have 15 gold, and we would need to get some kind of supplies for tomorrow. So anything is better than nothing.
Well, 15 gold is good for getting basic food supplies.
Yes, but we're not using the darts.
Up to you. If you want to try and hawk him off over at the guild or something, that is perfectly your call.
Ellie wants to try and sell them.
Okay, no loss, really.
Bone darts probably wouldn't get a lot of money when there's quick, easy metal darts.
But they are nice looking because they are handcrafted.
You never
again,
know.
we're not using them. They're just kind of taking up space at the moment. Unless you want some darts. I gave you caltrops already.
I mean, you could convert the darts into caltrops. Shouldn't be that hard.
Up to you.
I could. And even more caltrops for the rogue is never a bad idea.
Hey, that's what you want to do with them, feel free. You have options. You can just say that you just kind of dilly-dally around the town, just get some food, and you want to ask around the guild, up to you.
I think besides going to the guild just to see what other contracts are available,
All right.
not much more to do today while we wait. Maybe go talk to our Kenku friends before they leave town.
Mm-hmm. All right. Feel free. The best place to find them would be at the guild, so that sounds like where you'd be headed.
Yep.
All right, so heading that way. As you are arriving, you are actually seeing a very, very happy dragonborn woman just kneeling over and hugging the haunches of a very haggard-looking kind of slate gray guard drake with a very fancy-looking collar around its neck.
Oh, they found the dog.
And you see just kind of, funny enough, you see two very tall orcs wearing turtlenecks. But they are like about to rip out of these turtlenecks. They look like if they flexed, they would rip off.
Oh.
They are talking with somebody over there and taking a bag of coins and counting through them. Another case solved, brother. Ain't no case too simple, ain't no case too big, ain't no case too small.
Oh god.
Damn straight, brother. Ain't no case above the Hardy Boys. Yeah. And they just do like this predator handshake for a second, and then they both just kind of run off very dramatically, and you notice they're kind of humming some kind of weird tune. You think they're doing their own theme music.
Oh my god.
Rana watches them go and goes, okay, fair.
This is a weird place. All right, so going in there, you find that the open bounty on the rust monsters is still there.
Okay.
That one is just kind of first, kind of like anybody can try to partake of that. All that really matters. Let me see what the rest are on the list. The one that is offered to help somebody move is still there. Nobody's touched that one. Get the vibe that the reward is a little less than adequate for what it should
This
be.
is what they're humming.
Yeah.
God.
Let me see.
That's what they're humming. So not much that we haven't seen already.
I'm looking back. I just found the list. Looking back
Okay.
at it again. Okay, let me get back to that. Here we are. Yep. The one to clear out the wyvern nest is still there. The one that's an open call for guard duty for the miners has been taken, but you have a feeling that one's probably going to get posted again tomorrow. That one seems to get posted pretty much every day.
Okay.
That seems about right.
So yeah, it's really just the helping somebody move and open bounty on rust monsters.
Alright. Do we see our Kenku buddies?
Roll a perception check.
What does
Alrighty.
investigation work?
Nope, in this case it's perception, looking through a crowd.
Alrighty.
Oh, okay, took a second. Natural 1.
Okay.
Not 20, both sides!
Double
Fuck
now.
you!
A heaven
Jesus
roll.
Christ!
Wow.
You-
Damn, it's a rather pointless roll, because that would have been a great for an awesome roll.
Yeah, you never know.
No, it's fair. You're just Dean's car going to super heaven.
Okay. Well, with that and that one, Ellie, you start looking around for him, but you get the tune that the Hardy Boys were humming and singing as they go down stuck in your head, and you start kind of going along to it, and before you know it, you're doing the whole thing.
And her head starts bobbing.
Oh my god.
A
Oh
double-
god! She's infected!
Yep. She's one of the boys. Now, with a double nat 20. God.
Jesus Christ.
With a double nat 20, you do see them.
Anything else I see?
That is a good question with a double. Sheesh, I'm gonna have to roll something here. One moment.
What's this 200 gold bag I found on the ground?
Oh, wow, that's not bad. Okay.
What's this? A level 9 spell scroll that's true resurrection?
We're not going to that level of miracles. Alright, so. As you are looking around, you do find them. And, you find, over the course of just kind of looking around, all of a sudden, somebody just runs by, bumps into you. You kind of check your pockets instinctively to see if anything happened, and you find there's more money in there than there used to be.
What?
You have been given a strange sort of dead drop from somebody you did not get a good look at the face of. 80 gold.
Oh, Jesus!
What the fuck?
Damn.
Kyra's sweating because she used Stefan toes. This is usually a setup. Someone steals something, then pins some of it on someone else, and just.
Well, it's a good thing you're off over there to talk to a rogue.
And I'm supposed to be the rogue, damn it!
You four. Hi. Good morning. I'm still very sore from yesterday.
We are sorry.
I had a
But
comment.
we
We-
now have our weapon in hand.
We also we came to inform you that we picked up a job to go help a gnome go deep into the mountain looking for something, because apparently he has a lead for us. Whoever's find a cleric, if we help him out.
Is that so?
Yes, he knows the rag with cleric.
I'll be damned. Don't you all have all the luck? Right.
Kyra basically looks at the fucking 80 gold in her pocket.
Actually, you are going to see the witches, yes?
It's an option. Not what I'm
Would a
fond of.
Ragmith cleric possibly be able to help you as well?
Potentially, yes.
If we come out of this and we are able to get the Ragmith cleric here, or go to them, would you like to come with us?
He kind of looks over at his mute brother, and they just kind of share eye contact for a moment. Then,
Insight dialogue?
sure.
I mean, at the very least, the Ragma cleric should at least know other people who could, given how worldly they seem to be.
Yeah, 17.
17. Okay,
I'm getting such good insight, Ellie.
she's getting better at reading people. All right.
Yeah.
You can tell from looking at them that there's nothing like shady or deceptive going on. It's literally just in a "what do you think" kind of manner. And I suppose we can wait a little bit longer before we leave. I wasn't thrilled with the thought of going to Bent Route, so
And if it turns out to be a dead end for us and it doesn't work out, then we'll just head to Bent Route together.
Yes, it would be better for all of us to go together if we have to.
yeah, I have a feeling I'd probably have to wind up fighting my way through or out of there. But thank you all. It's very kind. Guess we'll just wait here. Feel free to come by and let us know if you found anything interesting.
It'll do.
Well,
It'll take us a day or two, but we thought you let you know and not just leave you hanging as you head off
Yeah.
tonight.
Appreciate it.
if I may quote somebody that I know, this whole continent would be better. People were nicer to each other.
It just gives her a look like, I just said that like 2 minutes ago.
She does not make eye contact.
Wow. You've been plagiarized.
Oh god, it's the first time Miranda has experienced plagiarism.
Oh no.
What?
Yeah.
What's next? Is Ellie gonna take Rana's art and post it to a wiki?
Hey, she was quoting a friend, okay? She would never do anything like that.
Request free art and demand that you make changes to it?
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I've never experienced that.
No, you've
Listen, I feel
never
bad
had
for asking
that,
changes to
Ellie.
art I pay for.
Yeah, I know. I feel bad asking for changes to stuff I fucking commission.
It's like, okay, I know it's too much, but you quickly just like change add a tail.
Yep.
I'll pay you $5, and like 2 minutes later, it's added tail and it's done.
Yep. Well, I don't think I have it in me to say no to something like that after a cornball one-liner like that.
Rana turns and looks at him like, am I being insulted or is she being insulted? I don't know now.
Ellie crosses her arms. We are trying to help you.
And you are helping me, trust me. Well, thank you very much. Guess Risky and I'll just sit tight. Maybe we can try and see if there's any work around here we can do. I think there was something about helping someone move.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, why not?
A couple of days will not hurt either
There
of us.
is an open bounty for rust monsters, but I don't think anyone wants to go anywhere near those.
He kind of looks down at his own weapons. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't really afford to replace these.
How is your new weapon?
Well, I haven't shot anybody with it yet, so I can't tell you exactly, but feels nice.
Well, is there people around where they might get stabbed if Ellie were to flourish out her sword?
You are in the middle of a guild hall, so probably, but this is probably also the one place in town where that could happen and you wouldn't get killed for it instantly.
It's
Okay,
yeah, this happens every Tuesday. Someone tries to show off the new whole magical sword.
Can I make a performance check to flourish it?
Make a performance check, sure. I want to see what happens now.
Oh, God.
I have a 0 in this.
That one.
That one. Do
Do
it.
it.
Do it.
A 12. Not bad.
Roll 20
All right.
or no fun.
Roll 20, why? Okay, so it's thankfully you don't hit anybody, but for a second you kind of it's not the fanciest thing ever. You're still getting used to using a sword. You're used to something that you use with a bit more blunt force, so you swing it a bit more like you would a hammer for a moment. It does not look super graceful yet. You're still getting used to it. Well, it looks pretty nice. That's very interesting. Looks like they cast metal over monster parts for that.
Yes, you see, this part is made from a manticore spike that we collected from a manticore we rescued. These parts are mostly from a crag cat we fought on our way here. Multiple crag cats. Kyra took them down, but I'm quite good at carving things.
Wait, did they just see the fucking nerves? Like, wait, is she really?
No, there's eye contact for a moment. This gives you a quick up down and goes back, and he's like Patooey, so it's the head bobs in a very awkward manner.
Oh,
Those
so it's
bright,
realistic bird
piercing eyes
face?
looking right at you.
That's a realistic bird face.
Yeah, he is perma realistic bird face. All right then. He just kind of brandishes out the rapier that he did a lot of damage to you last night. I bought this.
Wow.
She pats him. Do not worry. You will be able to collect trophies and make things of those.
I mean, whatever floats your boat, kid. Not really much of a trophy hunter myself.
Well, we had to survive using what we could gather from things around us.
Well, good on you. Put it to good use. Well, again, all sincerity, and I really mean it. Thank you for passing that tip along. If you are able to, if you have a concrete lead on where to find a cleric of Ragnath, I'd be happy to come with you for that.
You helped us. We are helping you. You helped us relieve. You helped us after the end of a very bad day.
Well, you kicked my ass, so
You did not do so bad yourself.
kind of. You actually do notice the feathers on his head and back kind of poof out a tiny bit at that.
Oh.
Yeah, I guess I didn't do too bad then, did I? Had a bit of an off moment there at the end, but
We all fumble sometimes. It is nothing to be ashamed of. Every battle you survive is a battle you learn from.
You should write a book.
Okay, that one was ours. We quoted the other one.
My statement still stands. All right. All right. Well, best of luck going down into wherever it is that you're going tomorrow. Hope you all works out. Come back in one piece and find your way to potentially a salvation or whatever.
So once we break off from them, Kyra's gonna be like, so I might be being set up, but someone just dropped 80 gold into my pocket.
What?
I feel like I might be being set up here.
But why?
Well, there's one solution to that.
Get rid
Spend
of
it so it goes right back into the economy and can't be traced. Spend it in multiple places.
Thing is, what do we want to spend it on?
A nice meal for one. Maybe something that can cast some light.
Kyra's gonna look at mentally at Imako. Why do we need to spend money on a meal? We have Arana.
Wow.
She doesn't say that out loud. She just gives Imako the knowing.
Yeah, that's fair.
Wow.
That's just, like, literally, instead of saying that, you just see Kyra just give Imako an image of Irana.
See, that is actually very fair. Well, if you really want to get rid of it, the fastest way is to walk into the market square and just throw it all up into the air.
Oh.
Or we hold on to it and kick the ass of whoever comes and tries to take it back because it's ours now.
Well, we could go to the weaponsmith and see if we can do anything else about that.
Not a bad thought.
Is Irana's gonna look around for something real quick. She's just gonna make a quick perception check.
Feel free.
Okay, I guess you're going to see.
What you looking for?
Is there any orphanages around?
Orphanages. Ooh. Well, you don't see any yield and orphanariums sitting around anywhere within your immediate vicinity, but there are street kids that seem to be wandering around unsupervised. You can ask for one.
She just kind of wants to look around and see if there would be anywhere where children would gather that might benefit from a sudden drop of money.
Oh, there are definitely kids that seem on the organized side that you can see running around in the inner city.
I mean, given this town, I imagine any orphanages will be where the Thieves Guild is located.
Yeah, orphans are the best fences on the market for that kind of thing.
And I'm pretty sure any orphans in this town, even though they look like they're impoverished, probably have the easiest ways of getting money.
Okay, so Irana would notice that, and they all kind of look exactly like the gnome child who is basically a mob boss.
Yeah.
So she keeps that idea to herself. She's like, no, I guess they're all fine.
I think they can take care of themselves.
This is a trade hub, so they probably make a lot of money anyways.
They probably have more money than we.
Yeah, probably. So let's.
I say we just hold on to it. We're going underground for a couple of
Everyone's
days.
AC looking at right now?
Hmm?
What's everyone's AC looking like?
AC?
14.
Oh, mine is 18 with a shield.
Uh,
I'd like to try and get
and how much did it cost to enhance leather armor again?
Let's see. Schmithaniel was willing to do the +1 charm for, I believe he let that go for 50.
All right, let's enhance Irana's AC by 1.
All right.
I want to save up for full plate mail, but that's
That's going to take you a while.
So yeah, let's get Irana up to 15.
yeah.
15 might prevent me from getting my ass kicked, yeah.
So yeah, Kyra's gonna drop the 50 gold to get Irana buffing up Irana's leather armor by 1.
All right. That is
Aw.
easily. You get a little bit of a slight charm hammered in around the collarbone that makes it where when you try to touch it, it's almost like there's a little extra layer of static that briefly almost seems to hold back your hand from reaching and touching the fabric.
So Kyra, Irana, and Amako now have 15 AC.
Yeah.
I'll be the big AC girl over here.
You're the front liner. It's the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Irana kind of touches the hammered in, tries to touch it, but kind of smiles and goes, well, thank you, Kyra.
Oh,
Would
you
you
helped
be
me
able
with this, so I just got to repay the favor.
Would you be able to do that on other things?
I think you can get the shopkeep at the Schmamules would say we can put that on shields too, but that costs
How
a
much is
tiny
that?
bit more. Costs a tiny bit more to do a shield, I'm afraid.
Alrighty. We
The
understand.
more sturdy the material, the more intense the enchantment has to be to buff it. Leather's a little easier to work with.
We understand. We understand. How much though? So we know.
For a standard shield, you're looking at 100.
That is fair. How much is plate? Is there? Do you have any kind of better armor than what we are wearing?
Let's see. You're wearing chainmail, correct?
I believe I am. Right. I should have. Yep, chainmail.
I've got splint mail and plate mail that could be a little bit more useful than that. Splint goes for 200. Plate for. This is pretty nice. So I'd say $2,000. Standard fare. You want really nice stuff or anything embellished or enchanted? Well, those are on commission.
Her mouth is like really tightly shut. She thumbs up, turns and walks away.
Come back to Schmamuel's Red Hot Armory anytime. Ask about your old pal Tex.
This, the dragging that phrase out of their soul.
A little piece of them left their body with that phrase. All right, so Irana, you have been slightly buffed.
Yay!
You might not die.
Very nice.
Are we level 3 or level 4?
Level 4.
Kyra's still at level 3, so...
Huh, you should have leveled up at that point.
Yeah, we leveled up from the Deep Scion.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You never put your level up in?
I have practice expert there, so I'm like...
You probably forgot
Yeah,
to
you
take
probably
off
did.
the
Just
thing.
forgot to change the number. Because I said, I remember you asked me for what HP, and I said go max again. I think you just forgot to change the level number. And
Yeah,
that's
what I'm like, wait, why does it still say 3? I'm like...
well, good, because that's the easiest thing to fix right now.
Yeah, I'm like... Wait,
Okay,
what?
you should be fine.
Yeah,
So-
but I have practice expert there, so it's like...
Yep, you're good. Let me just see your sheet real quick to make sure. Yeah, you're good. You've got enough HP for all that. You've got too many HP for a level 3. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, I'm like, wait... Something's not lining up here.
Okay, for a second there, I was all like, oh, well, guess we're going to be taking a break here, but... All right.
I'm usually really good about that. I'm like, wait, what? What happened?
All right, so... With that done, you all spend a nice remainder of the day just kind of wandering around the town, just taking in sights, just smelling the smells, tasting the tastes.
Yeah. So Kyra, you wanted more caltrops?
You can work on those tonight during the rest if you so choose.
Yeah.
And for the
That's
rest of the day, Kyra is going to continue the exercising.
Absolutely.
Ellie's gonna join her in
Roll a
exercising.
dexterity check.
Dexterity, yes.
And if I exercise, will that mean I can't make more caltrops?
You'd have to pick one or the other for a rest, yeah.
All right, that's an 11. Not too good, not too bad, but just
Yeah, you're not going to get any worse with that. It's just a good little rep content, not really pushing yourself too much. Which is why you're about to go down into a dungeon, so don't want to exhaust yourself.
Then
so
I'll make
basically a quick.
a ton of caltrops.
How many darts do you have?
You did not give me a solid number. You gave me a bag of bones to do
Bag
things with.
All right, we'll just do rolls for that when we get to the resting time. So,
Okay.
unless you guys have something else you want to look forward to, we can have you guys head to the inn.
Let's head to the end because I don't think.
I think we're
Alright.
good.
Yep.
Head to the inn, have a nice meal, head up to your rooms, and the long rests commence. If you wish, you can roll for me. You have... Can you just... You technically... Oh, yeah, you have those...
I have that racial ability.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, that racial ability. And can you roll just a d20 for me?
Yeah.
We'll have this apply to the wood carver's kit that you guys got from the Deep Scion Horde. 13. Okay. Pretty good. Okay, let me roll a couple things myself. Good. Okay. I would say you get... I'd say you get 5 additional sets of caltrops, enough to cover 25 feet in terms of squares. So 5 squares.
5 squares of caltrops.
Yep, so you already had 1, so that's 6 squares altogether.
It's a lot of kill traps.
Yeah.
That's a decent perimeter.
Yep. Cool. 6 squares of caltrops.
They're all shaped like D4s.
Yes.
D4s and
No, they're
Lego.
actually probably more just like fucking God, the carved shards of bone
Yeah,
that would
they'd
probably be a fucking nightmare to step on and pull out of your foot.
they'd probably splinter off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they just a whole mass of D4s and Lego bricks. Alright. So, night comes, you awaken, and as you all head downstairs, Schmeisik is there waiting for you. So, well, I hope the morning finds you with some kindness.
It does. I had a question.
Yeah?
You mentioned that light would keep away most of the, what's down
Usually,
there?
yeah. Yeah, a lot of things down there don't like light. Some things might still attack you if they see a light, but the weaker things usually would go away from.
So, she reaches up again and touches her feathers and turns the light on. Do you have anything that might float in front of us that I could do that with?
Well, I mean, technically, something that could float in front of us is a little tricky. I do have something, actually. Hold on. Kind of reaches into his pack and he pulls out what looks like a little tiny hooded lantern with wings. And as he kind of holds it and twists a little dial at the top, it starts moving and just kind of floats up into the air, the little mechanical clockwork wings flapping. So you can use this as a light source pretty easily. It's not technically a lantern, that's just the aesthetic, but if you touch it, it should light up like one.
So that would, fly in front of us and hopefully keep away the weaker things, while also not giving away our exact position to things that would want to eat us.
Potentially, yes. And there are the occasional things down there that will want to eat you. But don't worry, I'll be helping you out. I'll be helping you out plenty.
We have a. Nah.
What was that?
No, I was thinking I was going to ask something, but I said nah.
Okay.
I said, behold, trying to make Ellie's sword.
Well, in that case, I suggest we get on so we don't burn any more daylight than we need to.
God damn it, Gray.
God damn it.
Welp.
Wait, sorry, what happened?
You get Gray.
Living cave romance, Kara. In
Things-
what context?
Things down in the cave that might want to eat Arana.
To bring out their living cave ornaments.
I
Kyra.
mean, Kyra's not the. Kyra also has a thing to worry about because you got Morlocks and cave monkeys.
That's true. You never know.
The safest one is Ellie, because she doesn't look as easy to eat.
No,
She's
not,
covered
no.
in metal.
All right.
Well, her metal it looks fucking delicious to fucking rust monsters, but
Yes, it does.
And Schmeisik has a metal chair and a big metal guard drake alongside him.
Oh no.
Carlos has a metal gun somewhere.
He has been down there before, though, so probably knows how to, avoid them, at least. Well, shall we then?
Yes.
Let us proceed.
Righto, off to the mines. All right, so
Hi ho, hi ho.
hey, careful, you might get copyright strike for that.
Fucking come at me, Disney. I'll kick your ass.
I'll take that as a challenge.
Get over here, you little bitch.
All right, so arriving at the mine, thankfully, does not take too long. There are entrances to the mines pretty much all over the rock faces of this mountain city. And once you get in there, you're going in at the same time as a lot of the workers. So there are a lot of dragonborn and kobolds and whatnot, just kind of very dirty, a lot of them, their scale colors are so covered by soot that they look charcoal gray anyway, even if they're not. So, entering in, you all embark down on a lift that appears to be of surprisingly advanced construction. And all of you can roll perception checks for me as you all are down there sharing current company with these working fellows.
Okay.
Alrighty.
8, 9. The DC's not super high here, so I wouldn't worry about it.
Kyra?
I think he left for a second. I heard his headset go crackly for a second.
Ah.
All right, well, I can work with that. We can just have this be the lift ride until he comes back. So, it really was not a high DC. It was really just to see if a nat 1 would happen. The basic thing here is that you can definitely tell that the miners are kind of giving Schmizek a bit of a wide berth, and there's a lot of little side-eye glances at him. You get the energy of a, this guy again, kind of, sort of atmosphere. None of them seem to be making any indications or looking at the chairs, though that in any way is oh no, this poor man is going to get eaten alive as soon as he gets down there kind of way. Nobody seems to be questioning that. The energy is more of a, I'm surprised he's just going down there again after how many times.
Yeah. It's like, oh god, again.
It's like, oh, I thought he gave up.
Mm-hmm.
More stubborn than I thought he was.
All right, so you embark down, heading deeper into the mountain, and we will take a break here if you guys need to go get any food or bathroom or anything.
I do need to get a drink. Ran out of drink a while ago, so.
I actually need to get some more myself. I will be RB. I will just leave a text note for Kay.
Sure.
And while they were on break, I snuck in and changed the stat tables.
Mom, I'm hungry. Mom, feed me, Mom. Bastards.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry. Hello?
They left you a text notice, but I'm still here.
took a
They're
break,
taking
babe.
break.
Ah. Sorry, I'm just getting called all the way around tonight.
It's fine, my dude. I'm over here, like, trying to figure out where my characters would be best shoved into other people's worlds because I'm a little bit buzzed and too lazy to work on anything of my own.
I mean, fair.
And I figured out that TLC thrives in 2 settings. Frontera, because I don't have to change anything. I can just yeet him into the crater and it's fine. But he also kind of fits in with Project Pantheon. In a weird twist of the way, you know what I mean? Because, like, Project Pantheon is simultaneously it almost fallback on old mythologies, but it's set in the fact that it's super space. And that space travel's been around. And TLC being the revived ghost of a dead early astronaut fits almost too well. Especially because I was toying with the concept of TLC as the character is actually in a transitionary stage because I had in his universe lore, not that he has a universe, that essentially a nebula can create sentient planets, but it's hard to do it on its own. But say if there's a spark of sentience that it can get, it will focus it into a new being to experience what sentience is like, create a planet of life, and grow that. Which is kind of my weird bullshit way of explaining how he's alive.
Okay, I return.
I think we are waiting for Nora and Katha.
Well, I can't make him a cosmonaut in Wonder. I could make him like an old school ocean diver. So
Cosmonaut is entirely just because the TLC sounded better than the Lost Astronaut.
Okay, I am back.
Victorian diving suit aesthetic is a wonderful one, though, so you could translate to that pretty easily.
and you just have like a fucking skeleton skull.
God, yeah. All right, go ahead. Do what you gotta do.
Be like that one Scooby-Doo diving ghost.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah.
Instead of the Scooby Doo ghost about the kooky space kook, it's just the diving ghost episode instead.
Huh. Here's an interesting bit of news. Netflix is apparently trying to get the bid for Godzilla vs. Kong.
Oh,
Bid?
Yeah. Apparently, Warner Brothers is considering putting it on a streaming service instead of putting it in theaters if the pandemic continues.
Huh.
I have a feeling that's going to happen with a lot of movies.
Yeah, and Netflix apparently has made a $200 million bid to try and get the rights to stream it.
Oh, fuck it.
I'm here. And what now?
So, bit of news. Netflix is trying to get the distribution rights to where, because apparently Warner Brothers is considering not putting Godzilla vs. Kong in theaters and moving it to a streaming service instead if the pandemic continues.
Mm-hmm.
And Netflix has made a $200 million bid to have the film themselves for distribution.
Whoa, okay.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So,
They did have
I mean, King of the
I
Monsters
think that's all
didn't
ones.
do, King of the Monsters didn't do super great in theaters, but it did really well on home media, so I could see why they would consider that.
mhm.
and plus if it's fucking on Netflix, it probably will make a whole fuck ton of like views.
Mm-hmm.
It also doesn't
Yeah.
surprise me. It doesn't surprise me that Netflix also is one going for it, considering they have the Godzilla anime trilogy.
They do have a good relationship with Toho and Warner Brothers at the moment, and
Yeah,
Legendary,
they're
for that matter.
they're getting the next Godzilla anime.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, Netflix has a good relationship with Toho. They've got a good relationship with Legendary right now, so I fully see why they'd consider that option.
Oh, you're approaching me?
Also, you know, the 200 million
tried.
bid also means it is not a flop.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Netflix
Yeah.
spending $200 million to get that means that it, at the very least, would make its budget back just from that alone.
Yeah.
See, I can see why I miss seeing it on a big screen, but at the same time, at least that way, it wouldn't go down in history just as most likely a pandemic-induced flop again. But we'll see. I'm interested to see how that goes. Anyway, we are all back.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
All right, so
What Kay missed was that the miners are giving Schmeiss a look of like, geez, again?
yeah, the miners that are on the lift going down with you all gave Schmeisek a this guy again kind of look. Not in a pitying, oh, this poor man in a wheelchair is going to get eaten alive down here. They don't seem to consider that a thing at all. All right, so after a few minutes descent, the lift comes to a stop, and the miners all immediately just embark and start walking down a solitary tunnel. Schmeisek starts wheeling after them and motions for you all to follow. This is a very clean, well carved out tunnel that is almost perfectly geometric in many ways, with a lot of light sconces. This area is settled. It is used. Not much to worry about there. So enjoy this part of the tunnel while you can. Where we're going, it doesn't look like this.
I imagine this is where a lot of the kobolds live.
Yeah, you do see kobolds kind of moving in and out.
Do I see any like mushrooms going around?
Not at this point. This area is pretty well kept.
Okay.
So yeah, it takes a little bit of time as you're all going down the tunnels. You pass by quite a few miners just chipping away, just working 9 to 5, getting their day done, and none of them really stop to look back at you. You do see quite a few adventurers, some of whom faces you recognize from your guild time. But funny enough, you actually do see the Kinku pair down there as well.
Oh. Ah.
See, they just kind of
Hello.
say, "Evening. So you heading down deeper, eh?
Yep.
Yes. Why are you here?
Took a job guarding miners.
Ah, that was you.
Well, it's a new day. We took the one for this morning. Figured why not? Could use a little bit of extra time, and we're just going to be twiddling our thumbs. If
That's
anything
fair.
gets away from you guys and tries running out after up to the high levels, we'll be there to stick 'em.
Be safe.
You too.
Do not know what we'll see.
Okay, do your best down there.
We will do our best. Yes.
Alrighty.
No,
So-
like, nice to see these two again.
Departing down further, after a while, the tunnels all start to feel about the same, but you start to notice there's a few less light sconces as you get deeper in, a few less workers you're passing, more and more scarcely, and eventually you get to a point where there's just this big kind of fork in the road, and you can just immediately see a drop in quality for the tunnel. It's no longer neatly carved out with several evenly spaced tunnels. It is jagged and rough and dark. And their air immediately takes on a much wetter, colder tone.
Ugh, not again.
Get used to it. This is going to be a very intimate friend of yours while you're down here. That cold is the only way you know you're alive.
Deadpan. Look at his face. Like, what?
Trust me. He just reaches into his pack and pulls out okay, here's an interesting thing. He's just got this little like side satchel kind of slouched onto the side of the chair. He reaches down just like wrist deep and pulls out what appears to be like a light fixture about the size of like a tiki torch that looks like it should not be able to fit in there.
Oh.
All right, then. This will be our starting marker.
How did you do that?
What? Oh. Holding bag. Kind of unsatchels it. Here, try. Reach your arm in.
Tweet his head.
It goes all the way up to the shoulder instantly, and you do not expect it, and it is cold inside of there.
She yanks it right back. And checks her hand.
It is fine. Nothing wrong with it at all. It's a very common magical enchantment if you know how to make them. They don't sell them much these days, but they're handy.
Interesting.
Huh. Need to see where I can get one of those.
Yeah, you in need of one?
Be nice to have.
Hell, I can make them. We could talk about that when this is all said and done.
Hopefully we find what you're looking for.
Certainly.
We do hope so. Honestly, we do.
I believe you. All right. Just kind of jams the light fixture into the ground, points at it and just kind of screws something, and it lights up. Say, all right. It's a pretty bright light. Okay. All right, this will be our starting marker. Should be able to see. And now I just need to make it a certain color that'll reflect a little better. And there we go. He screws it, and it takes on a very bright ultraviolet sort of tone to it.
Ooh.
Just now then. And as soon as he does, the entire far side of the cave wall, you just see a ton of writing appear.
Oh.
Mhm.
She pokes Kyra.
What language is it written in?
common and gnomish for the large part, but you can tell immediately that a lot of it is like just detailed notes for like dates, times, routes taken. He was very thorough, and you can tell he has started from this juncture many times. He made these notes.
Oh,
All right, so let's see. Promising way. Pulls out his map and starts looking at it again. Okay. All right. Left it is then. Right was not very promising. All right, off we go.
Can I look? So, as we're going, can I roll investigation check to see?
Absolutely, you can start dungeon delving this, because I imagine Kyra's a little more excited than she was before.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You guys would probably notice that pretty easily, that she looks more in her element right now than she did even back during the Elven sewers.
Oh, Lost Gnomish City that may or may not exist?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a nat 20.
fuck!
She's
Very
excited.
She's vibrating.
Yeah, there's a nerd high right now. Like Imako's all like, you could tell Imako's tail is starting to wag just from like secondhand happiness. It's like, why is it doing that? All right, with a nat 20. Okay. It's still pretty early into things, but you guys managed to go down this one tunnel for a good little while. Eventually, though, let's see. Yeah. When you guys arrive, after about an hour of walking, you just checking everything, just in full on, this is what I've been training for energy. You come to another.
Like, huh?
Yep, you come to another fork in the path. Schmeisek motions to go one way. You stick your finger in your mouth and check for an air vent, and you actually figure out with your own knowledge that if you want to go deeper into the mountain, it actually would work better to go the other.
Actually, if we want to go deeper, we'll probably go this way. I feel more of a breeze coming from.
This pops his own finger into his mouth and tests it. Canada to go analog. Smart. Hadn't considered that. Although I will say this path is, last time I tried it, there was some mishaps. There's a bit of a drop not too far from here. I set up a little suspension bridge, but that was like 30 years ago. It's probably dry rotted a little bit. We'll see when we get there. I'll trust your judgment on that. I believe your confidence. It's almost like you rolled something really good.
Do we have a dungeon map for this yet?
Technically not one for the entire thing. I just have a few key locations. It was a choice between making a map for this and making a map for something else further in.
And
For what I had the time to do.
Alright. So yeah, Kyra's just gonna. Alright.
Alright.
That'll be your best bet going deeper.
As we are going, do I see any mushrooms?
Not yet.
Okay.
Alright, so.
And if there's any like monsters or traps due to Dungeon Delver, I'll be able to.
Yep. You would be able to sense those pretty easily. And with that nat 20 roll right out of the gate, I will say over the next several hours, you don't have to worry about getting surprised by anything.
Natural 20. Holy shit.
This is what Kyra is spec'd for.
She's
Ellie's
not built for
watching.
combat. She's built for this.
Ellie's watching her just like effortlessly go through this, just like. Since when
Yeah.
could you do this?
Even back during the Elven Ruin, there was always that undercurrent of her having to keep track of time. There was always that moment of having to think about the consequences of her getting caught. Here, she's free as a bird, and she is loving it.
Here's a bird. I could. No, I'm
You
not
are so
dead.
very good at this, Arana. I mean, Kyra.
Irana, you say that to Irana, and Irana walks into a wall.
I'm not
None
rolling
of
for
us have
that.
dark vision.
I'm just happy to be here.
She is.
You are very good at this, Kyra.
Well, it is what I'm in university for, so
Oh, you're a student of this sort of thing, then.
and so archaeo- archaeology's from Ipswich under a Professor Blackwood.
Not too surprised by that. I don't know too much about. Yeah, I don't know too much about that human town up north, but sounds interesting if you've got an institution of higher learning there already. I've been doing most of this stuff myself. Professor Blackwood, you said.
Yes.
Hmm.
I'm currently under work study for him, so anything I find, I report back to him, and I get some cut of the share, relatively speaking.
Hmm.
Sort of a work study program of sorts.
Sounds like quite the lucrative deal. Sounds like someone I'd like to meet.
You and him would probably get along very well. He's had also pursued similar wild goose chases, as it were.
Well, I might just have to send word to Ithwich, depending on how this goes.
Hopefully we find something to warrant it.
No doubt. All right. I will BRB real quick. I just heard something.
Okay.
Right.
And congratulations, you found the rare nerd Kyra.
Witness her in her natural habitat.
Oh no, Vivi's water main broke again.
Oh, jeez.
Oh no! Don't say that.
Don't jinx it. Jesus.
Now we'll have to pass the time for like an hour.
Nothing.
Whatever it is, it's taking a while.
It might have. Jude might have woken up.
Yeah. Or we might have jinxed it.
Hope nothing bad happened.
I hope so
Yeah.
too. I'm still looking at my fucking fashion disaster, Frank.
God, I hate it.
I hate it. Hate it, but I love it at the same time, and I don't know why, because it's fucking terrible.
Oh, TV's typing.
Ah, you
Yeah.
just woke
You
up.
have to put the baby back down.
We didn't jinx the water pipe.
Put the baby back to sleep. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. That is just the life of a DM who is also a father with a 2-year-old.
Sometimes shit's just gonna happen.
Yep. It's fine. We're off tomorrow.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Or if you don't like Thanksgiving, happy Thursday. Or don't celebrate it.
Happy D&D Day.
There we go.
I get to play a lizard 2 nights in a row.
And I'm not doing shit tomorrow.
We will be there to hang.
Friday, I get to be a space skeleton.
Callie gets 3 days of D&D in a row.
4 days because she has Melody on Sunday.
God damn. Wow, Callie. Why does the universe let you have D&D 4 days?
Because fuck you, that's why.
Fuck you!
Fuck you!
Fuck you!
Fuck you! Fuck you!
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
I only have it 1 day this week.
2. Today and Wednesday. Sunday.
All right.
I only have it Friday.
You
That
can
doesn't
try and
mean I
hop in
can't
with
pull
us
one
Sunday.
shot out of my ass for Saturday.
I have to edit Ellie's pose to make her put her in a JoJo pose. Silly and exaggerated.
Okay, I'm back. All's well.
The baby,
Hey.
the
Yeah,
baby decided not to cooperate.
yeah.
We were afraid we might have jinxed it and your water pipe broke again.
No, nothing like that, thank God.
And I'm just staring at the horrible disaster that I drew earlier.
It is definitely a disaster.
It's pretty
And
bad,
part of
Kay.
the situation.
All right, so proceeding further into the mine. Yeah, here's where I was. You start noticing you are definitely beginning to descend down deeper. After about, I'd say, a 20-minute descent down, almost feels like you're going down a tunnel that's spiraling a little bit.
Hmm.
And can I roll a history check to see if this
You certainly can.
would scan with what she knows?
16.
Goddamn.
Judging by the way the pathway is set up and the way the walls are, this feels more natural, almost like something formed by water flow. Not so much by something man-made.
The cave walls feel natural, like water flow. So where the water is flowing,
Yeah, I've been down this way before like that. Capable of getting kind of slick. Sometimes when it rains there, somehow the way this mountain was built, water can flow down into some of these tunnels and down into the earth.
would make for a natural form of canal.
Potentially, yes.
We wonder what happens to it all.
Probably just goes down to the world below. Just fills up whatever giant bodies of water are there. I like to imagine there's a lot.
Well,
Is there any kind of like moss and stuff growing on the walls?
Not at this exact point in the tunnel yet. No, it's still largely just rock.
Okay.
All right, we're about at the point where we're about to lose visible light, so let's do the thing. And he will wind up his little homunculus buddy, which kind of just floats up into the air and do the trick.
okay. Irana reaches out and touches it with light. Which I will just go ahead and pop up so you see what it does.
Yep, the light cantrip. That's what I figured. All right, it lasts for 1 hour. Very nice. Okay, yeah, this little winged lantern homunculus just lights up like a lighthouse beacon, immediately illuminating everything. You can see a good ways down the tunnel that way. Just perfect. All right, then.
If we may ask, we doubt it, but is there any color that would perhaps frighten anything away?
I'll roll for him for that, see if there's anything that actually might trigger his memory with that. Wow.
Can Kyra roll an nature check if it's needed?
You don't need to. He rolled a nat 20, but still.
Okay.
Like I said, if it's needed.
Um, Well, I mean, down here, not much hunts by light, so really anything in general could, but my memory serves maybe making it yellow would help.
That's easy enough. And the shade shifts towards yellow, and she looks at him to see the exact shade that he likes.
That'll do.
All right. It is an awful yellow color, by the way.
Of course.
Oh God.
It's like everything's lemon tinted
Ugh.
down there in this dark tunnel. Okay, then. Off we go. Won't be too long before we start getting into some of the deeper areas, so enjoy the quiet while you got it.
What will we be? What do we need to look out for first?
Anything with a lot of legs.
So another investigation check or
You can roll another investigation now if you wish to, yes.
26.
Fucking
Alright.
Christ.
Very good. Wow, 19 on the die for you. That's good. Alright. Once again, as you're embarking down these tunnels, you don't see anything out of the ordinary. This all appears to have been carved by nature. As you get down towards the bottom of it, you do see a telltale sign of something.
Kyra holds up her hand.
Like as you emerge out into a much larger chamber ahead of you, you look over to your right and you immediately see a narrow little tunnel that looks like it's probably a lot younger than the others here. In fact, looking around the walls with a scroll that high, that light source, you immediately are the first to notice that all over the ceiling and everything else, this chamber looks like it has been pockmarked like Swiss cheese.
It's either people have been already through here before, or rust monsters.
Let me see. Isaac will look around and roll.
Isaac.
Would a survival check help at all?
It could help, yes.
No, did I get it? Survival.
Isaac rolled a 17 himself.
22.
Nice.
I
Okay.
have expertise in survival.
Okay, yeah, Ellie, looking around, these were definitely made by a creature. You can actually see a little slightly viscous ring around the rim of a couple of the tunnels that are probably the most fresh. Something's been boring its way through the rock. Most likely using acid.
Ooh, so touching that would be bad.
And with his rolls, like, carrion crawlers.
What?
Big
Carrion
worms.
crawlers?
They pop up on occasion. This is probably just one of them. It's a big worm that eats anything dead it finds. They can burrow through rock really easily.
Does anybody have a vial or anything?
You guys would have some glass bottles and whatnot, yes, if you've taken any potions.
Oh yeah, we have to take potions. Okay, she's gonna. Can I scoop up any of the acid?
You can try to, yes. You can roll a sleight of hand for me.
Oh god. Where's it? It is.
A 5.
Ooh.
Okay. You reach over, you manage to get a couple drops in it, but some of it does get on your skin and it does burn for 1 point of acid damage. You immediately pull your hand back. It is caustic, but you got a little bit in there. And the glass appears to be holding up.
Oh, smack forehead, duh. She summons her echo to do it.
All right. Yep. The Echo manages to get a full vial. Lessons learned.
Fire hot.
Cool. I got a vial of acid.
Yeah. Probably just one of them. Everything I've seen, they're not very territorial, but I also know that they are not exactly aggressive and will usually run away from anything that looks like it could pose a threat. So I don't think we're in any danger here.
Alright, so judging by the area, is it like a forking tunnel from here, or...
Looking ahead, this chamber goes a little deeper. It's kind of, you can't really see the edge of it from here, but roll perception for me.
Or perception or investigation?
This is perception.
10.
10, okay. That's actually just enough. You faintly see something small and quick scuttling at the very edge of the light.
I think saw something small and scuttling at the edge of the light. I think that might be a rust monster.
Most likely. Hold on, I'll move it ahead. And the little homunculus just kind of flaps its little wings, making this little kind of teapot steam kettle sound with every flap of its little wings.
Is that not made of metal?
Yep. Magical metal, though.
Is that a good idea to put in proximity of a possible rust monster?
I can make another one.
There.
Besides, if you're going to be baiting something, you need bait that they're actually going to go for. The little homunculus does float forward further down the chamber, and you do it does eventually come to a point where looking at the source of light, even though it is very dark around you, you can see that there is another tunnel. A couple of them, actually. One heading straight ahead of where you're looking, and another one that veers off to the right that appears a little bit bigger.
As a thing gets out of our range of light, Kyra's gonna do a firebolt in their hand just to illuminate
Mhm.
the area.
All right, good thing you did that. Because looking down, as soon as you do that, you see a rust monster probably about the size of a corgi that was very, very close to you. Antennae immediately perk up, and the eyes just glow, just reflecting all the light at once. It hisses and immediately scuttles away, but it was blinded and runs into one of the cavern walls.
Aw.
So it's kind of awkwardly fumbling around at this point.
I want to pet it, but that's a bad idea. Ellie's looking at it like, oh, it's so cute.
It's like, wow. Oh, that's weird. They don't nest in places like this very often. Why would a little one be down here?
Ellie quickly shrugs off her armor.
Either they've been driven from elsewhere. There's another group of people with food down here, or we might be close to something with a lot of spare metal.
Actually, I don't need to take off my armor. I have a cloak. She tightens the cloak around herself. And she cautiously walks toward it. Hello.
You have.
You can't get to the armor with the cloak over it.
I still wouldn't take the chance.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's squeaking as you just kind of eye it. It takes a few moments, looking extra pathetic. One of its antennae is bent now.
Aw. Okay. She's
But
gonna
after a moment, it kind of cool. After
How
a
long
moment,
does it take to throw off my armor?
I believe that
I wouldn't, because then you'd be on the ground in reach of other rust monsters.
You're right. Oh, okay. Duh. Her echo walks up towards it.
okay, it does that. Got to roll something here.
Like, slowly and, calmly.
Okay, yeah, that's enough. The antennae just kind of immediately perk up, even though the eyes are still kind of have almost like an afterglow coming out of them. And as it just immediately makes this little shrieking, squelpy cry, and immediately you guys are surrounded by about 16 rust monsters.
What the fuck?
That was a baby, and apparently they didn't know rust monsters are.
They're not. Something's off here.
So
Oh, good, there's
initiative.
magic involved in this, I'm guessing.
Hold on. Let's see here. He just kind of gently wheels forward for a moment, then I don't know exactly that's gonna...
Now,
That's odd. Rolling for him. Yeah. They're looking at that wraith thing you make. All of them are.
It vanishes.
They all just kind of look around, the antennae twitch. There's a lot of chittering sounds amongst them.
Wait, is it language that they're speaking?
It appears to be just... It's not really so much language, just animalistic intent, but I mean, if you want to try and use that ability, you can.
I'm going to observe them to see if there's like actual back and forth between them.
Mhm.
I don't know if an insight would work on an animal.
Can I roll an insight on that just to see if it is and there's see if things are.
You can roll insights if you wish.
That's a 12.
And an 11. Alright. I can definitely say, even with those rolls, that something is definitely off here. These animals don't appear comfortable at all. In fact, a little bit of acid drips down from one of the holes and hits one of them in the carapace, and it starts screeching and kind of moving away from it. They're not comfortable here at all, and yet they're all kind of crammed into this space.
Something chased them here.
Something's pushed them here.
Which means that there's probably...
Are either people already here, or
But they took particular note of our sibling.
That is an odd thing.
they're all an Arcana check to see?
You can roll an Arcana check, yes.
That's a 26.
Okay. But the only thing of note that you can think of is the fact that you remembered reading from your own times. You never spent too much time like reading up on bestiaries and whatnot, but you do remember that you were in school that rust monsters, given that they're a thing that occasionally pop up in ruins, were actually made by elves originally through their weirding magic for the purpose of sabotaging gnomish structures.
Wait a minute. That actually might be a thing.
That
Rust monsters were originally made by elves with their wording magic to sabotage gnomish structures.
God damn.
Why would they react to our sibling?
God damn, you're right.
Maybe there's some sort of like gnomish, I don't know, projection or hologram that they're used to, or some sort of element thing.
Perhaps it looks similar to what our sibling looks like.
Well, maybe. Very fey thing.
Kara's gonna try to speak Sylvan and see if that does anything with them.
Mm-hmm. All right, you speak a little bit of Sylvan out loud. There's no immediate reaction to it. They're all kind of
Could I-
keeping their distance.
Could I try and make some language of the dead sounds?
If you wish.
She tries to, say things.
No immediate reaction to that.
Huh.
They just appear very cautious about letting you pass.
How far away are they?
They've circled around in a
Do they look like they're starving at all, or
based
On
on
a survival? Tell me more about what they look like in general.
a survival would work for that, yes.
nature? Soft
Survival in nature. Soft 20. And
That
on that one. Okay.
I have expertise.
That is always a sucky thing. Okay. They definitely look very out of their element and uncomfortable. You don't know much about the physiology of rust monsters, but they definitely seem scared and jittery about something.
They're definitely scared and jittery about something.
How close to us are they? Did you say?
Probably about 15 feet back in a pretty sizable little semicircle.
Okay.
And I can either scare them off or we can try and figure out whether, or,
We definitely spend metal to bribe them, essentially, to bait them away.
spare metal, you say? I suppose I could spare something. Hold on. He digs down, going shoulder deep into his satchel again.
I'm not sure what a starving rust monster looks like, but they do look very on edge and don't look like they should be here.
And they usually prefer something a little more industrial, at least. It's actually kind of a good sign. Hold on.
It means we're on the right track, or someone beat us to it.
When they were looking at the echo, were they looking at it scared?
More curious than anything. Their antennae were perked forward. It's like they could sense it was there, but something about it weirded them out.
It appears again in the center of their circle.
Immediate chittering. They all just kind of form a few of them break away and form a circle around it, and they start trying to feel at it with their antennae.
As this is happening, can I see if this is actual, like, sapient behavior?
You can determine that, yes. You can try rolling a,
Insight, Arcana, Nature.
I'd say an insight on this would work.
Okay, Garrett, you only have a 4 on that, but...
Well,
That's a 19.
there you go.
You're seeing what looks like some form of organization. From your memory of the ones in Fanto, rust monsters are more of a pest than anything. You always heard of them just basically being vermin. But much like actual rats are, there is something of a semblance of society to them, even if our society doesn't focus on that much.
Alright, I'm gonna burn Polyglot just to see what would work here.
All right. Burning polyglot. Okay. you're not getting full sentences, but you are getting intent. You are getting like little bits and pieces that almost sound akin to words.
So,
And they're just kind of whispering and clicking amongst each other, but you are getting the intent that something about the echo feels familiar to them.
Kara's gonna. They actually do have some sort of organization, some form of society. From what I gather, the echo seems familiar to them.
Familiar? The one that crashed into the wall earlier, is that it's still there?
The baby has moved a little bit away, but it is still on. It is on the other side between you and them. You're kind of in between it and the rest of the group.
Alright, Kara's going to. Alright, let's move to the side of the wall so the baby can get past to the rest of the group.
Yes.
And then Kyra is going to communicate, infant, go to rest. In simple terms.
The antennae, one of which is still bent, it kind of tilts its head over at you all. It looks over at the group, then immediately skitters over there like a bat out of hell.
Oh.
Behind one of the bigger ones.
Echo calmly reaches down towards the baby, just watching the others to make sure they don't like freak out or anything.
The antennae are still feeling around very intensively, but as they realize that it's kind of an intangible thing, there's just lots of little clicks amongst each other, and the antennae come back to rest along their backs. They appear to be a little more relaxed.
The Echo's going to gently pat the baby.
Kyra is going to ask and point black to the group. Can we pass?
How are you doing that?
One of them, that appears to be the biggest of them all, kind of scuttles forward just slightly, looking a little bit confused itself.
Wait, what? How? What are you?
What the fuck, dude?
What the fuck? This strange creature speaks our tongue. All right, so
I
you
did.
just see it move forward. It wiggles the tail back and forth. It kind of comes up. It gets closer and closer. The antennae are resting back against the back of its carapace.
Okay, well, they're the big danger, so.
Why here?
You're looking for a place where his people once lived. Points to
Men,
gnomes.
he bring tasty ones. Kind of indicates at the antennae over at the constructs that Schmeisek has with them.
I have a question, real quick.
Yep.
Prestidigitation says you can create one non-magical trinket.
Mm-hmm.
Can that be made of metal?
Well, a trinket can technically be made of metal, yes.
So Irana's gonna, like, as Kyra's talking, she's gonna assume that she's talking to them, and that this might go better, because she's a halfling. She's like, this might go better with some food. She kneels down and holds out her hand and, like, creates 3 non-magical, like, trinkets made out of metal in her hands.
All right. I'm just going to flavor these and say that they're like little tiny metal bowls that look like they've got food in them.
Aww.
It notices that. It kind of looks back at the others. Then you see that a couple of them, one of them runs out and grabs it, and it actually offers the 3 to the baby.
So you want food? Is that what your group wants?
We had food. Plenty. From Metal Place.
What happened?
Danger.
What kind of danger? Big monster or?
Eater. See. Rust breath. Eater of metal. Eater of us.
Ooh, I don't like the sound of that.
Something with the rust breath that can. Kara's gonna give me that in common to him,
Huh.
to Schmeizik.
Well, Rust, there is a bit of an ecosystem down here. Oh. Give me one moment. And Schmeizik, warn them that what I'm about to show them is just an illusion. It's not actually going to do anything.
What he's about to make illusion like the points to Ellie. That looks like your thing.
Not real.
Not real.
Well, it's the street.
Hey, you can't hear Kara speak, Rust Monster.
I know.
All right, so he forms an illusion of. Well, I will just show you.
Oh boy.
Something from Cobalt Press, I'm gonna gather.
Something. He shows an illusion of this.
What?
Oh dear.
Fucking centipede.
What is it?
See, they immediately, all their antennae go up, they back away a tiny bit, but then they all just kind of gather themselves.
It's not real.
Came to nest, killed brood, drove us away.
So is that why you're heading up towards the surface?
We are starving. Yes.
All right. Kara's gonna look to Shemaizik. That thing is driving the rest of the rust monsters to the surface.
And you said that they came from a metal place?
Yes.
Can you ask them
Probably.
where that is?
God's damned, this isn't the greatest stroke of luck possible.
Look.
All right. Would you like us to get rid of the big mean thing for you?
You kill Eater.
We can.
You kill Eater.
We can. Yes.
They all just kind of gather and commune among themselves for a moment. And,
Okay. Adding something to our sheet. Diplomat to rust monster civilization.
shit I didn't expect to happen.
Irana is continuing to make those trinkets.
Yep.
And the echo is petting the baby.
The baby is warming up to you little by little in that regard.
Yay!
If you show us where you came from, we can get rid of Ether.
Eater. If Eater gone, we go home.
Yes.
We go back to metal place.
Yes.
Why? Why you kill Eater?
We are also looking for Metal Place. Been looking for Metal Place, points to him. It's where his family used to call home, where his once lived.
You too, Seiko. We help you.
Aww.
We take you to Eater.
Okay. Kara nods. And Kara explains this to Smizek.
Well, that's in one way incredibly encouraging. God, I never would have thought to try and talk to the rust monsters. But it makes sense. They'd be the one thing that would know where they'd be the one thing to know where to find the metal.
And apparently this is also why they're all heading up to the surface to harass the miners.
They're starving, most likely, if something's driven them away from their nest. And a megapede actually could do that.
Megapede.
So, we'll probably have to kill it.
Oh, yeah, no, they're vicious. I have tangled with a couple down here before. They are not fun at all.
Well, Ellie rolls her shoulders.
They are similar to rust monsters in that they too can rust things with a touch sometimes, also with their breath, but
Mm.
And they are fast and they hurt. But they can be killed.
Wait, they eat metal as well?
Yeah. And flesh. They're not picky about it. They're deadly
Hooray.
predators down here.
Why does everything want to eat what I wear?
Let's not answer that question ever.
Meanwhile, I imagine the people with leather armor are just doing the.
Mm-hmm.
Irana has very little metal on her.
Ellie has fucking chainmail.
Yeah, you do.
God.
Kara has very little metal too. I think the only thing that isn't like magically enhanced is a fucking machete.
Yep.
And my shield is not metal because it's made of crab. It's a steel crab. It's a steel crab, but that's a name. It's not literally a metal crab.
Well, I mean, you're welcome to test that.
No.
No,
I might have to.
Phoebe,
I might have to.
you fucking troll.
God.
Well,
Vivi, do you think this would happen?
You think what?
This would happen?
Let me see here. Yeah, potentially. Potentially. You're just gonna have to try and see.
Let's follow the rust monsters.
Things I never thought I'd do today. Alright, carry on. Just
Ellie's grumbling the
I
whole
thought I'd
way.
be a diplomatic envoy to a rust monster culture, but here we are.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of glad we don't have to hurt any of these little guys.
Yes, they're adorable.
That being
Look at
said,
them.
if things go well tonight, I think we might have single-handedly destroyed the rust monster killing economy.
I'm fine with that.
Yes,
Oh.
we are. No.
all frankness, that's more of an act of desperation. Rust monsters rarely pop up in the actual city. This is one of the worst blooms of them in a while, and that explains why. One megapede could take out an entire colony of them.
So, of course, they are running to the safe place, the surface.
Where there's food.
And honestly, we are taking care of two problems at once.
Yep, just, I will say, take this one seriously. These, they can fuck you up pretty bad.
We are concerned. We are wearing much metal.
I'm just gonna take this as seriously as I can. After the deep scion, the face spider, the
We take any kind of fight seriously.
Yeah, trading a spider for a giant centipede. This is the greatest day of my life.
this
I
one
don't-
can't. Marco, this one can't teleport.
No, but it can eat metal. And centipedes are fast. We had some back where I'm from. They ate dragons.
Ugh.
Ugh. Ellie looks to Shmizek. We don't suppose you have anything to protect our armor from rust?
Not really. Every time I encountered them, I either had to fight them from a distance or looks over at the metal guard drake. I can build another one of those very easily.
The guard drake just looked at it and was like, "You son of a bitch."
There's a slight bit of energy there to that. Just am I just a piece of meat to you? Don't objectify me.
If we take this off, even if we lose this, we are not defenseless. We have our shield.
Looks like your
But
scales are pretty decent too.
Not as much as you'd think. one dexterity mod.
What would your AC be without your
Without my armor,
It'd be
14.
13,
With my
14.
shield, 16.
That's really not that bad, but yeah.
Wait, hold on. Is it? It's 30. Yeah, 14 AC, 16 with my shield.
Not the worst.
Not the worst, but I'm.
All right. So
16 was your AC, Ellie. That's still more than all three of us. All three of us.
Yeah, but that's only with my shield up, which means I don't do as much damage to the giant megapede.
Don't worry, it'll be fine. You've got a fourth member here with you.
If we lose our armor, we lose our armor.
Hey, Mako, am I a joke to you?
So, what's your AC with your armor? Is
18
18.
with my shield. Without my shield, it's 16.
And that's with your armor.
Yeah, with armor and shield, it's 18.
Okay, so, Ellie,
Yes.
why don't you just put your armor in that bag, and I have something I can do to make it so you won't get, too hurt in the fight. But you also won't lose your armor.
I mean, that is a legitimate risk.
Yes, it is. We would rather not. This is expensive, apparently.
Yeah, chainmail's not cheap to make. I mean,
Yeah, neither is anything better.
look, hey, if it gets really bad and you lose it, I could probably make another set for you. It will take a while, but I can do it.
Either way, losing a piece of chainmail is not that big of a loss, all things considered.
It is when they cost more than all of our money combined.
Well, if we find what's down there in this ruin, I think you can afford something better.
Alright,
So
alright.
you can take it off and
Ellie.
put it in the bag, and
Sure, why not?
We will. May we use your bag, please?
He just opens it up and offers.
Ellie, for the first time, disrobes her armor.
All right.
we don't know how far it is to go, but once we get down to where the rust monsters say the thing is, I have something I can do for that.
Ellie, like,
It's all right.
thumbs up.
It's all right. You'll be okay. You won't be alone on the front line.
Are you up there as well?
I can be, technically. And, let me see. He draws out a scimitar in one hand, and in his other, he pulls out a little bitty repulsor.
Oh.
And I know a little bit of magic. I'm not going to waste it here, though.
Okay.
All right, then. Well, follow the little bugs. And the rust monsters, a lot of them decide to stay in that chamber and kind of not make too huge of a crowd, but the older one that was talking to you does lead you down the tunnels further. It's not the longest of walks, and eventually you do kind of, you don't come to the nest right away, but you do come to the area that Schmeisek mentioned earlier. You come upon an area where a lot of the floor has collapsed. But you do see kind of in between it, there is one little standing bit of rock, like a stalagmite, in the middle that's kind of got some little makeshift scaffolding and like spikes driven into it.
Mhm.
It's like, it actually has held up pretty well.
Ellie's going to stealth as we go.
Absolutely.
I don't think that, since he's already been here, I don't think we're anywhere near so far.
Ellie is feeling kind of vulnerable.
No doubt. Feel free to stealth, and you don't get disadvantage. Even with that, you'd have advantage on it with your cloak, so it's
Yeah.
still a 12. All right, you are just being as sneaky as you can.
Well, Kyra.
20 out of the gate.
Fuck you!
18. All right. If it's a quick trick, it's fine. Into Mako, run Schmeisek real quick. Okay. Decent rolls for them both. Not for Schmeisek, though. Schmeisek nat 1.
He's in a wheelchair. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then, let us see here. Yeah. The bridge is actually pretty steady, kind of going over to this old plank. Not all that dry rotted, actually. Might be a little risky if we all crossed it at once.
I could teleport over with Mako.
As can we. How far across is the gap?
It's about 30 feet, I'd say.
Okay. Her echo appears on the other end, and she swaps places with it.
It's like, oh, handy.
And she just throws up her arms and crosses them and waits.
All right.
And Mako can actually teleport you and your chat over, and I can just climb over.
All right then. I'll trust you on that. Yumako just kind of nods, and they both teleport over to the little stalagmite platform. Gonna need a minute before I actually can do that again, but
Kara has a climbing speed. You can just climb over.
that you can. There's enough handholds on the rocks to attempt it.
Ellie pulled out her whip just in case.
All right.
So 30 feet away,
Yep.
Gaunter can do his little, like, fucking,
Yep.
like, goddamn Link in his hook shot.
Yep.
Everyone was like, ain't fucking with that.
That looks suspicious. So I fire over there like freaking Link in his hook shot.
I can picture that in my head.
Yeah, don't take a chance with that little cavern of death that you can't see the bottom of. All right.
That's some bullshit down there. I'm not messing with that.
Yeah, potentially. So, now we just have to all do that again to get over to the other side. And the rust monster is climbing across the wall, makes it over to the other side pretty easily.
Just like Kyra.
Just skittering like bugs.
Hey, Kyra, can you ask how close we are to where that thing is?
What thing? How close? Like, Kyra is gonna. How close are we to home?
More to walk. Little while.
It's gonna be a little while.
Okay, I'll wait.
And so we just do that again.
Yeah, you certainly can.
Hook shot away!
Echo teleportation.
And
Right.
I was doing like one of those Nathan Drake Tomb Raider like climb.
Well,
Shimmy.
there's nothing for you to climb, you're kind of in the middle of it. You will have to take the bridge or wait for Imako's teleportation to recharge, which is easy enough.
Yeah.
Yep. So you all make it over to the other side, and your trek resumes. And after a couple of hours, you manage to find your way. And immediately you find yourself in somewhere that Schmeisek starts remarking that he doesn't recognize the tunnel that you're getting into.
I do not recognize this place.
You did not have Kyra with you any other time you've been down here.
No, I did not. The last time I tried to cross that hole, I lost somebody to it. They fell down and something ate them.
Oh. That would have been a nice warning to have.
That was like 25 years ago. What are the odds?
It's
She
probably
looks
a
at him like, seriously?
it was probably a groove.
Sounded skittery.
Oh, probably a giant spider.
I'm thinking that myself.
But it probably has a big giant web down there, or did.
Possibly. Alright. And eventually, the rust monster leads you to a much larger open space, and the walls are partially rock, but some of the rock is actually kind of like eroded and dripped down, like how stalactites form. You can see that is forming partially and covering metallic walls.
Ooh.
Oh, look at that, Ash Mindset. Looks like we found what you've been looking for, or we're getting close to it.
Gods above, that is something. Ha!
How do you feel, Schmeisek?
Feel better when I can actually look around without any fear of my own life and know exactly what it is. This could be just about anything yet, till I have actual proof of gnomish settlement. Still, this is encouraging.
Can I perception? Just
You
to
certainly
see.
I'm
can.
going to be investigating, checking the fuck out of this.
Absolutely.
Yep, I'm rolling perception too. That's alright.
14.
14.
14.
21. Okay. Okay. The 14 of Ellie looking around and Irana's 21. As you guys make your way in, you see a couple dried out husks of dead rust monsters.
Yeah, I think we're getting close.
And with that investigation of a 14, the metal is unnaturally smooth and well weathered and resistant to weathering. It should have rusted or done something in this moist environment, but there's not any signs of corrosion of any kind.
No sign of corrosion on this metal. It seems to be some sort of magically tempered somehow.
Very good sign. But let's wait and see what it connects to. I'll be more excited if it's the kind of ruin I can actually tell the world about, than not, a doomsday weapon of some kind that the ancestors wanted buried.
If it is a doomsday weapon, we can let the rust monsters eat it.
Let's see what kind of doomsday weapon we're talking about first. And you start winding your way through. The metal bits come and go. You don't see much more of them. Eventually, you come upon... Let us go to one of our maps.
Yay!
You all enter in over here.
Alright.
Just drop down the rust monster.
Oh,
And Schmeizik. And his steel defender. Alright. Looking over, there's a pretty sizable set of metal doors right here. Immediately recognizable. Huh. Oh, those are gnomish made, alright. Interesting. They must be magically warded, or else they'd have been eaten by now.
What about the rest of the surrounding area?
Looking around, you see a lot of dead rust monsters. A lot of this area is more rock than anything.
If I may, can I be grabbing these antennae from the dead rust monsters?
I mean, if you want to, sure.
Hmm.
And
Maybe
one
not.
very interesting thing you notice, over here, there is a dead body of some kind. But you're too far away to get a close look at it.
There's a
Okay.
full corpse over there.
Hold on,
Interesting.
check a distance.
Hold on, we don't know where the megapede is.
Yeah,
Good.
that's why I was checking the distance to see how
I'm
far
gonna
away
roll
it
an
can come.
investigation check.
This where it is. This home.
10.
A 10 with investigation. Well, a nat 1 on the other side. That's amazing.
So that's
Okay.
a 1 and a 3.
God.
Yep. It looks very old. It looks like a set of armor from here, but that's about as much as you can tell. You don't really see much in the way of meaty bits from that distance.
We wait, armor?
And that's to investigate the armor.
You have to get closer for that.
Alright, I'm gonna be keeping an eye out for the fucking megapede.
We will watch your back.
Actually, Kyra's gonna stealth.
Okay, feel free to stealth. Wow, a heaven or hell roll.
What?
Again. This game, I swear.
Kyra trips on a spear and just
Yep, you do trip a little bit. You hit the rock, knock the breath out of your lungs for a second.
Rana comes over. Are you alright?
my ego's bruised, but otherwise it should be fine.
Yeah, probably got a little excited. Trust me, I've tripped over my own feet more than once. Technically, how that happened here. Yeah, that hole is how I. That hole's how I.
You're right. I thought you said your Ragman cleric friend caused it.
He did. He was down here with me at the time.
Ah.
You see, there used to be undead down here too when you got down deep enough.
Oh.
So I thought, hey, I'll contact a cleric and pay out the ass, see if they can help. He answered the call. We went down. It was, God, 25 years ago. Our other guide fell to their death. I tried to go down after them. Wound up bending pretty badly. Went south. Got injured pretty bad. Haven't been able to walk since. But hey, not like that's holding me back.
It certainly isn't.
Definitely not.
I'm gonna try to still keep an eye out for the fucking megapede.
Yep.
Yeah, I will stealth now.
Feel free.
With advantage.
A 12.
Oh, fucker. Fucking.
It's okay. Schmeisek will go over towards the doors. So he just looks over at the guard Drake and keep an eye out. Okay.
But can I perception at the body to see if there's anything around it?
As you get closer, that is a metal man. There is
Okay.
no meat on it at all. That is a metal man.
Shit.
As I get closer, do I see that too?
Yep. It is
Perfect.
plain as day.
Expect to be some sort of construct man over here.
Probably. That's interesting. He wheels over. Oh. Oh, wow. This is an antique. They haven't made constructs like this in ages.
Ellie takes like the stick part that's left from her hammer and pokes it slightly.
It just makes a little thung sound. It's very old metal. It is rusted a little bit.
Kyra's going to ask the rust monster, do you know where its lair is? Where it...
Tasty, man. Not eat. Safe. Important.
it
Been
says,
here longer than we have. Used to feed us.
Oh.
Many elders ago.
the metal man used to feed you. As
Yes.
in it bought you food, or it was the food?
Both, in way.
Apparently this construct used to feed the rust monsters.
Oh.
You rated them, he says to Schmeisek.
So, autonomy, then. Well, that's certainly enough to start a few discussions about what's down here, if there's an actual forge down here.
Can this fit in your bag?
It'll take me a few minutes, but yes.
Kyra's going to roll another investigation check to be for the
Yeah.
for the megapede. That's a 26, so
Yep. Alright, so a 26 looking around. Still nothing. It is quiet.
it's quiet too. That's it.
Does he have anything on his person? Robo person.
As of right now, there are, like, as you can see around, there's scattered old weapons, but they are all corroded and rusted and basically just the non-metal bits now. Whatever weapons and gear they were carrying appear to have long corroded away. The metal itself is largely untouched. It's only just beginning to show signs of corrosion.
Like they didn't eat it out of respect.
Yep.
Aww.
Apparently the megapede didn't need it either. Must be something.
Well, magical metal can be a little tricky to digest. Old
Shall
forges
we-
like this are a little interesting.
Shall we take this one with us then?
I think that's a good idea. Then maybe we could see about trying to get those doors open.
Yes.
All right, so
Help.
So what's this over here?
that is a column that
Like
goes
a
up
door?
a very long way. It is a seamless big column that goes up to the ceiling of this cavern.
And you can't see the roof of it?
You can just faintly, but it is very high up, beyond the range of dark vision.
Or lantern light, rather.
Yep.
Kyra is going to throw a firebolt up to the top just to see if the firebolt illuminates anything as it goes up.
It is a very brief little flash of light, but you don't see anything.
Because, okay, so it's not up near the top of the column.
It's not about to go Goma on our ass.
Nope.
I'd have to throw a rock in its eye then.
Or shoot it with an arrow.
Mm-hmm.
Can I roll? What would I roll to figure out where would any sign of it be?
Looking for trails, that'd be survival.
I can do that.
You both can.
Hopefully. Hopefully.
Well, let's both roll and see what happens.
23. Okay.
11.
And 11. Okay. Kyra, your interest is a little more in the metal man and the old doors that just have secrets waiting on the other side. Ellie, you
Like
start
crosses
looking
all the
around.
doors and starts tongue smelling the air.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You are just in full-on lizard mode, skittering around, and you do find tracks eventually.
Where?
Right around here.
Okay.
They're just kind of going on a trail down this way towards this little mountain, this little cave stream.
Oops.
Initiative, please. No time for that.
Not yet.
Yeah. Everyone, I found tracks.
How
We
recent are they?
DM with my 23.
The 23, they're relatively recent. Looks like this thing probably went through here, like on that trail, like within the last day.
It was just here, at least within the last day.
Is it coming or going?
It looks like it was heading down this way and towards like this little area here. And you can see along these rock walls there are several thin little crevices. Something that a creature like that could probably fit into.
Ooh. It went this
Okay.
way.
I have an idea. How about we set a trap with bait?
Not a bad thought. Hold on one moment. I'm going to need a little time to get all this in here. Got to make sure I take it apart
I
delicately.
gotta watch him over here so he doesn't get ambushed by.
Yep.
Yeah. That was like laser focused.
You're setting a trap.
We do, yeah, that's right. We got 6 squares of caltrops.
I don't know if that would work on a centipede.
Theoretically, it should if it steps on them.
It would at least make it difficult terrain for it to move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can be pretty quick, little bastards.
Especially,
And,
especially they would get. It might even be worse on a centipede because they would all get like caught in like the chitin and shit as it tries to move, get between its legs. It's very low to the ground.
Well, it's worth a shot. What else would we make this trap out of?
Yeah.
Well,
Dale?
well, I have the idea of putting down something like a metal thing, and then when it arrives, we just lay into it.
Not a bad thought, all things considered, he said as he's gently fitting the construct's helmet into the bag.
And it cannot eat the caltrops because the caltrops are not made of metal.
It'll eat them, but its stomach might not like them.
It cannot disintegrate them.
It would not agree with that for sure.
No.
It can eat flesh too.
Trust us. We have taken bites out of bone before. It is not nice on your throat.
This is also a giant insect.
Fair. Where do we want to set this trap?
So it looks like it's all in this area, right where it went.
Over here.
Yep.
All right.
Those
Over
are
here or over here? Okay.
That's me.
Yep. So you guys are setting the traps all along down in this range?
Well, I can do a thing, can't I? To play,
I
like
can-
draw where
I can draw little squares.
Yeah, which ones do we want to do? I have 6 squares worth.
I think wherever it went to last and where it seems to be the most active.
With my survival roll, could I figure that out?
So first survival roll just got you like the most recent tracks there. If you want to get like a general sense of its trails and everything, you'd need to roll another one.
Alrighty.
I will assist for the.
You can assist for advantage.
Yeah. Go, Ellie! Come on!
24.
24!
Okay.
Yes!
Not bad at all. Okay.
She hunted for a living to survive! This makes sense!
Two of you put your heads together and start snooping around, and you find that its tracks are very small because it's itty bitty feet. But you can see there are trails kind of snaking back and forth, kind of overlapping with each other. Sometimes you find a couple of them over in here, alongside an old anvil that appears to be on the very last vestiges of anything close to recognizability.
And what's in here?
That is an old, broken down trunk. It is long empty, though.
Ah,
And all the metal has been eaten out of it. You find there's actually a hole in a rock right here that it has come in and out of a few times.
Where? Here?
Mm-hmm.
Over here.
Oh.
Ooh.
Nothing near the column that you're standing near right now, and nothing near this wall because the material's too dense for it. There are several holes all scattered around in various spots. It primarily seems to frequent around here. And if you cross over that stream, a couple bits over here, there's lots of little holes all around these rocks on the far side.
So what? So I'm gonna roll a nature check to see which one of these would make it for its lair.
It's probably deeper into the rocks. I could tell you that much just from that survival check.
Oh well, which hole would be its most likely choice of a lair?
The one that you see the most foot traffic from is the one over here. Just probably because that one has the best location and everything.
Over where?
Over on the left side here, but you also can see a few holes that it frequents over around in here too.
And from what we're seeing, there's just one.
Yeah, you're not seeing signs of any other ones.
So maybe we should lay a trap by this one because this is where we can reach the easiest. I do not want to
I was
risk.
going to ask the rust monster. Do you know which place it comes from? It calls home.
It looks around, antennae up and very alert. But unfortunately, before it gets a chance to answer,
Oh
because
no!
this thing rolled an extremely good stealth roll and an extremely good attack roll.
Oh no! Is it within 5 feet of me?
I said
No.
I was looking out.
You are, but it rolled a nat 20 on stealth.
Oh,
Is the rust monster within 5 feet of me?
This is technically a surprise round, so that's not really going to matter.
I can use my reaction.
Surprise rounds
You
don't
can't.
exactly follow that
God
roll.
damn it! No!
As from out of the rock, like the Peter Jackson's King Kong game, you just hear this hissing, clicking sound as this thing leaps out of a rock recess and just bodies this rust monster.
No!
All right, we're going to start some music. I'm going to do damage, and we need to roll initiative.
You motherfucker!
Well, now we're gonna for fucking sure kill it.
You motherfucker! Or fuck.
All right.
Ah,
Actually, that's not the best fit. Let's pick a different one. Let's go with...
Arana having a higher initiative than Ellie is a good thing.
Yep. All right. Yeah, that'll do. We'll turn it down a little.
How dare!
All right. So it latches on, wraps around the body of the elder rust monster, and bites into it for...
Oh,
Okay. It's not the worst roll, even for a crit. That would be... Well, no, the stealth was the crit, not the attack. That's 7 plus 3. Oof. 10 points of piercing, plus 2 points of acid damage. So 12 points altogether as it bites into the rust monster, which just shrieks out, its antennae flailing around wildly as it's trying to wriggle away because it is grappled now.
oh.
It is still alive. It is not dead from that.
rust monsters are surprisingly tanky for their.
For a CR 1/2, yes. All right, so
They don't do much damage, but that's not their point.
no, they are not meant for that. All right, so that's 7.
They're meant for player anger.
Yep, they are made to be frustrating. Now for Schmeizik's roll. Schmeizik rolled a 6, so not super high, which makes absolute sense. He was surprised by it.
Oh, it took my 19 from earlier onto the initiative order.
Yeah.
So Ellie goes last.
She should go last, yeah. She got a
Unless
4.
the
Yep, all right, hold on.
centipede.
I'll add Jen. I'll add everybody in 1 second. Schmeizik has a 6. Ellie has a 4. Alright, and that leaves the Megapede and the Rust Monster. Oof, Megapede rolled a, let's say, 19 on the die, so that is a 21.
Jesus.
That means you're gonna kill everybody for real. Oh.
So it's up pretty high, and Rust Monster. Oof, Rust Monster rolled a, that's a 4.
Oh, I got it with me.
It rolled like shit, and it rolled really good. That's just not fair. Especially when we're trying to keep an NPC alive.
Ugh, the dice can be cruel. Okay.
Oh.
Don't worry. This thing is one of the bigger Rust Monsters in the group. Let's
So
see
it probably-
exactly.
So it probably has higher than average health.
Just slightly, but yes. Alright, so
Oh, this thing is dead.
It's so dead.
the Megapede, which is about, I'd say, about 13 feet long, all things considered. It just, as soon as the bite is there, it lurches up. It's just twitching, antennae moving, little mouth parts moving, little driblets of acid coming out of its mouth. It just looks around at all of you. Then it sees the gnome with a lot of metal right there next to it.
Oh no.
Thinking that the Rust Monster is going to die from the venom anyway. It will. Let's see here. It gets stinger in 1 bite. Oh, yeah. That's. Okay. It is going to attempt to sting Schmeizik
God.
as this massive bladed appendage comes out of the other end of its body. And just like a lance pistoning forward, it larches out and. Oh, geez, this thing's rolling good. That was a nat 20.
Fuck.
God, this thing's motivated.
Are you using the Woodwoad dice? Put that shit away.
No, I'm not
the dice
actually.
you used for the fucking deep scion.
No, this is a new one, actually.
God damn.
We're making an impression, my friend, and I'm a little scared of you.
So are we.
Yeah, you
Okay.
don't allow us to roll with our dice, but you do when you fuck us up.
Hey, sometimes my dice hate me, too. That's the thing. Okay. That's a new one, so I might just have to bury you for a little time being. You're going to dice jail for crimes.
Crimes against
All right.
Rust Monsters.
Okay, so jabbing at Schmeizik with the stinger, who barely had any time to react. That's a d10. 7 plus. Okay, that is 17 points of piercing damage as it jabs Schmeizik right in the shoulder. A significant hit to him. Well, wait a second. Yeah, nat 20 wouldn't have made any difference in that regard. Schmeizik doesn't have any reactions he can use. Just yelps out a little bit with that. Son of a... And then he has to make a con save,
Oh.
which he passes.
Okay.
So he is not poisoned. And now for its second attack. It is going to attempt... Yeah, it's going to attempt to eat Schmeizik's scimitar.
Oh.
They both have to make a competing athletics check here. Metal is the delicacy that it really craves. Okay, it rolled. Damn it, Schmeizik failed.
No.
Okay, this thing takes Schmeizik's scimitar, wrenches it out of its hand, and swallows it, blade first, and you can watch as it goes down the maw, the blade is dissolving in the acid. And it just kind of shakes and vibrates for a moment. Oh, wait, hold on.
That acid. Does that
Uh,
look like the acid I collected earlier?
no, actually, a slightly different thing. Actually, wait, because that's technically an infused item that makes it magical, so Schmeizik actually gets an advantage on that saving throw, so this might retroactively not happen. Oh, thank God. Okay, no, never mind.
Also, if I remember from TFS the table, it lasted 1d4 hours. From what I remember.
It does, yes. Magic items consume stay in the stomach for 1d4 hours before they're destroyed. But either way, he passed the save with that advantage roll because thank God for artificer infusions. Okay, so
Stop that! No.
it almost wrenches down and pulls it off, but Schmeizik actually will wrench it right back out. Not doing damage, but cutting through one of its jaws just a tiny bit, and it lurches back, hissing and clicking very menacingly. Like, please. You're gonna pay for that. Yeah, this has the potential to be the best day in my damn life.
You should not ruin this.
All right, it is now Arana's turn.
All right. So Ellie's standing right next to me.
Yep.
So good that she needs to be standing next to me because I need to touch her.
Bark again, fun.
Oh.
And then she turns and looks at the centipede, and her eyes start glowing. And as a bonus action,
Okay. Hex. Okay.
and I will read off what that does exactly. Place a curse on it. I deal extra 1d6 necrotic damage to the target whenever I hit it with an attack. And choose one ability when you cast a spell. The target has disadvantage on ability checks made with the chosen ability.
So ability checks in that regard. Okay. What do you have in mind?
Dexterity.
Okay. Anything
Very nice.
dexterity based. Okay, that is something I will have to make a note of. And okay,
And then she's going to break away a little bit. Move over here.
that's a good idea. This thing is still fully capable of fucking people up. It has not taken damage yet. All right. With that, we are at Kyra's turn.
Kara's gonna look to Amaku, take the rust monster and teleport away.
Got it.
And Kara, since this thing is technically flanked, is going to use some of her movement to. No, I'm just gonna stay put. I'm just gonna. Oh yeah, I'm right here. So I'm gonna stay put to aim.
Get a bonus action aim. Okay, so you get advantage.
And my repulsor.
22 hits.
Damn.
And since that's an advantage hit, that's 3d6.
Yep.
That's a 9.
It's still 2d6. You're not level 5 yet.
Oh, so that's a.
I will still take the 7 though. So 9 plus 7. Damn.
16. Damn.
16 damage. Okay, let's go over how much this thing has. 15. Okay, yeah. You shoot it down in one of its body segments. One of the legs kind of goes flying off. And you just get this little... It's just this really meaty punching sound as your repulsor shot just kind of caves in some of the chitin on the side. And you just see this acidic ichor just kind of oozing out of the side of it. It just twitches and looks over at you from that. It was not a fan of that thing that you just did.
Alright, Amako.
And Imako, for her turn, will run forward, grab Lay Rust Monster. It's technically grappled still, but...
Didn't it have to give up the grapple so it could eat his thing?
Oh, yeah, you're right. It technically would have had to have done that. Then, yeah, they will both teleport 30 feet away. So
Yay!
they'll teleport over here where there's just the tiniest bit more cover. Yeah, it's a space that she has to see, so we'll go right here. So, Mako will go right there. And the Rust Monster right next to her. It is a little shaky and very surprised by that, but very thankful. Alright, it's now Schmeizik's turn. Oh man, you have an artificer in close quarters. Okay. It's like, so you like the taste of the scimitar, eh? It's like, let's see how you like it up close. And he's going to use Booming Blade.
Ooh.
So, just make sure I've got the exact text here. He's not high enough level for everything with it. But this
What
thing
am
is definitely going to want to move.
I imagine his Steel Defender goes after him.
Yeah, Steel Defender goes after him on his turn. It's the same rule as a Mako.
Right.
Okay, so he has to make a weapon attack, which he hits. Okay, and because he is a battlesmith, he can use his int modifier for damage with magical weapons.
Woo!
Ooh.
Fuck him up, sure.
So
That
that
fucker did
is-
not get away with what he did.
So that is 8 slashing damage from the scimitars. He hacks into one of the jaws a little bit, and its body starts to vibrate a little bit from that blow. And a bonus action, he will command the Steel Defender. Okay. Let's see. Command the Steel Defender to... What can it do here? Yeah. Just looks over at the guard Drake mech and just says, fuck it up. And for its turn, it's not quite in range for that. So it's going to do the best that it can. Let's see, I think its movement range is actually... Oh, shit, its movement range is 40 feet. It can get right up to him.
Yeah.
Get it,
It does.
motherfucker.
This thing just barrels forward like a fucking Terminator and leaps up onto it, and you see it has like saw blade like teeth as it goes in for the attack is called Force Empowered Rend.
Ooh.
That is a soft 20 to hit, so that definitely does. Steel Defenders are very fun, especially now that they've buffed up the Artificer class a little bit.
Is that why you...
And it attacks, it has your spell attack modifier to hit, which with Schmeizik is a +7.
Ooh,
Jesus.
that's really good.
So that is 1d8 plus proficiency force damage. As it just bites right into him. So d8. So that's 3 plus, so it's still just 5 points of damage, but that's still pretty helpful in that regard. It does 5 points plus. What? 13. Okay, yeah, that's a couple of solid hits there. Now, it is now Ellie's turn.
Okay.
He is
Her
not.
Echo
He is right up where he wants to be.
runs up to here. Ellie runs up to right next to Schmeizik with her shield up,
Mm-hmm.
and she is going to take a one-handed swing with her longsword.
23 hits,
23.
8
Eight.
slashing, not bad.
And then an Unleash Incarnation, and her Echo is going to do a two-handed swing.
Okay. 13 misses, unfortunately.
Plus 2 from flanking.
Oh, yeah, that just hits then.
Yeah. 11. Then I am going to action surge.
Going
And
right
hit
for
it
the
again.
action surge. Okay. Oh,
Nah.
don't worry. We'll see what happens here. I gotta calculate damage real quick. That's 8 and minus. Okay, let's roll severity here.
God.
Hey, that was a really good round up to that point.
Yeah.
Okay, that is... Okay. I rolled a 49. So,
Oh.
what happens, because of the unique situation we're in, and that's kind of funny, as you step and manage to hit it, you accidentally trip on one of the broken down weapons, and a war pick accidentally jabs into you, and you take...
Ow.
Yeah, you got hit by a mining implement.
Oh god, 49! 49er!
You fucking.
Don't worry. I
You
still
take-
got one last thing to do.
Yep. It hits you and catches you off guard, so that's 5 points of piercing damage from a war pick to you
Ow.
that you accidentally stepped on.
Then I'm gonna bonus action Hungry Jaws.
Oh,
Well, 14 does not hit. But don't worry. House rule, you can keep using Hungry Jaws until you hit with it once a long rest.
Yay. Hey, yeah, I still got 2 nice hits in there.
You did, yeah. This thing's actually gotten hurt a little bit.
Okay, then. That is turn.
Okay, then. We are at the Rust Monster now, and it is just gonna back the fuck away. Dashes away as quickly as it can and skitters into a little hidey hole where it has cover. And it will hold an attack if something comes after it, because it is alert and it is hurt.
And this,
All right.
this thing though, is surrounded by 4 things.
That
It
it
still
is.
tries to go after the rust monster. That's some bullshit.
Yeah, that would not be smart of it. But it is its turn, so let's see what happens.
there's a second one. Oh,
I'm not going to do that. Okay.
I'll give you 3 of them instead.
Okay. What can it do here? Okay, it is going to risk 1 opportunity attack to climb right here. You get an opportunity attack, Ellie.
Okay. Shouldn't the Steel Defender or Schmeiser get one too?
It did not leave Schmeizik's combat space.
Right. 20.
20, that works.
3.
Okay, so 3 damage on top of that. Not bad at all. Okay,
Me or my Echo could take the opportunity attack, but I can't do both.
yep. And Steel Defender doesn't work that way exactly, so you and Schmeizik are both going to need to make a dex save for me.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, I remember this one.
12.
No, that would only be a 10. Flanking.
Nope, I have my shield.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I
Your
have
shield.
Shield Master as my feet.
That's true. That's true. Well, that's still not enough, but let's see how Schmeizik does.
He's in a wheelchair, so unless his wheelchair.
Oh, he has some pretty unique rules with that wheelchair, but he still rolled a nat 1, so
Oh.
Ah!
Oh
You're
man, I was hoping he did a
Wait,
sick ass
okay.
wheelchair kickflip.
I don't think it works this way, but I have protection. It makes attack rolls have disadvantage.
with your reaction that you just used.
Oh, god fucking damn it. God.
I have to think strategically too. All right, so it just kind of rears up onto the rocks, and you just see it just shaking angrily, still vibrating. Oh, right, it moved. So it takes an extra D8 from Booming Blade as well.
Ha.
Almost forgot about that. Okay, roll on the other D8. Oh, wow, max damage from Booming Blade.
Good.
It deserves
So
it.
it takes 8 damage from that. So you both failed, so I need to... you guys, as you swing to attack it, it climbs. You think it's about to climb into a hole, and it disappears. Only for the head to re-emerge out, and a gout of acid just sprays out right in front of it onto both of you. You guys take... I have enough D8s finally. On
Oh
hand.
no, that's not a good sound.
Yeah, it's terrible.
See? You can sound a little less gleeful.
Oh, that's all the fun of it. Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. That is, had to re-roll one of them. Because it goes cocked. Okay.
What's gonna hurt?
17 points of acid damage between for both of you. And that is the only action it can take. So it is currently about 20 feet up in the air inside of a rock, just kind of poking out, taking a defensive stance.
Man, if it inside the rock, you say.
Yes.
God, I wish I had Rebels and Wizards right now.
BB.
17 points of acid damage.
Okay. Ow. I'm glad I took off the armor.
Yep, Schmeizik is woof. Yeah, Schmeizik looks a little fucked up. 'Cause he took a nat 20 earlier.
Yeah. Get out of range.
Yeah, good plan. All right, Irana, your turn.
Alright, well, she doesn't have to move to do this because it's still
You
within
technically
range.
still have line of sight on its head, so that hits.
Alright, so does that, and then an extra d6 from
Hex. Yes.
Hex.
Oh, Max.
Okay, yeah. Righteously pissed, your halfling fury channels out into a blast of energy. You hit its head like a whack-a-mole. It did not expect that.
And then she's gonna Bardic Inspiration Ellie, and she's like, fuck it up!
I got a plan.
All right. Bardic Inspiration to Ellie. That is a D6, I believe.
Yeah, d6 right now.
Good. Making a note.
And I
Okay.
can add that to damage now thanks to Tasha's. If I want to, I don't know. No, I don't think I want to. But
How fucked up is this thing looking right now?
It has lost a sizable amount of its health, but it is still ticking. You can definitely tell it's got a fight in it still. If you all could probably hit it again without it going down.
gotcha.
Hit it hard
Alright.
and hit it fast.
Bonus
need to
action
hit it really-
aim.
Aiming again. Okay, good to go.
So repulsor.
Counter.
You guys are doing a real good job strategically, even if this thing is hitting as hard as it's getting
15,
hit.
so I think that just hits.
Yep, that just hits.
7 plus
7 plus-
6.
Very nice. Okay, 5. Oof.
Nice.
12 damage. Okay, not bad.
And Kara's gonna command Amako to to basically shore her up a bit.
All right, Imako will respond to that. She'll get in front of you. Up here next to the Steel Defender, actually.
Essentially try to box this thing in so it doesn't.
Yep, make it easier for it to not be able to escape. Okay. That's Imako's turn. It is now Schmeizik's turn. Schmeizik will use Cure Wounds on himself because
Okay.
he is actually down to the single digits right now.
Ugh.
The Nat 20 and the Acid Breath in both short order. That's great.
Short order.
Yeah.
ABV.
I
Now.
didn't actually make that joke.
You did, you just didn't mean to.
Correct.
Yeah. The dad jokes are leaking in.
Yeah, they do that. All right, so he casts Cure Wounds on himself. 1d8 plus 4. That's okay. Good. He gets 11 hit points back.
Good.
Oh, okay. And bonus action. Let's see. Bonus action. He will have the Steel Defender and command it to. Yeah, he's going to command it to protect anybody nearby. And they have a very fun ability for that. So it will move up on its turn to where it is now within blocking range. And now we're at Ellie's turn.
How high up is this thing?
About 20 feet in the air.
Ah, God damn it. That is just out of my reach. Of my. Okay. I'm gonna throw my hand axe at its eye.
Feel free.
Yeah.
That hits.
21.
8. Good roll.
And her
Max
echo.
damage for that. Nice.
What want my echo to do? Actually, my echo is going to disappear. I'm just
All
gonna
right.
throw it down here.
Okay. Echo is temporarily gone. Which means we're now at the Rust Monster's turn. It is just going to stay right where it is and hold an attack if something tries to attack it. Which means we're now back to the Megapede's turn. And it's got options here. It has to. I'm gonna roll to see if it gets its acid spray back.
Oh wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I did not. I reread the rules. I did not dismiss my echo. I summoned another one, which made the previous one disappear. I
Gotcha.
summoned one right next to it.
Okay. It's still technically like below it, but
Yeah, as close as it can possibly get up there.
oh shit! It got its breath back.
Fuck!
That's amazing. It only gets its breath back if I roll a 6 on the die, and I rolled a 6. God. Okay.
Thankfully, does the Steel Defender defense do anything?
Not for saving throws.
Not even if I sacrifice protection to try and help.
Those are for attack rolls, I'm afraid.
Oh boy. Okay. Who's it hitting?
It's going to try. It's going to crawl over here. Along the wall as quickly as it can. It has a climbing speed.
Then, well, you know what? In that case, it left the range of my echo I popped up.
Mm-hmm.
Natural 20.
Well, alright then. See what happens.
Ha! I need to fix the damage for the crit, but
Yeah, 11 plus 10.
12. I mean 10.
Not bad.
21. My protection's useless, so fuck it.
Alright. That hurt it pretty good. You managed to kind of... It didn't expect the echo to just kind of apparate and run the spectral sword down the length of its body. So that hurt, but it is still going.
Okay. Oh, it's gonna hit all three of us now.
Yep.
It is like 10, 20 feet up, so
Yeah, but it's still a 30-foot line.
it hit at least.
It's has to get a little bit lower to do this. So that's dex saves. 18.
20. Soft
that-
20. And I take 0 damage because of Shield Master.
Yep, and Schmeisig actually rolled a 17 on the die, so he's going to take half. The Steel
That was
Defender, I
Defender.
believe its rule is it's his DC, I think. Yeah, it's dexterity plus 1 plus his proficiency, so it's a plus 3 to dexterity for the Defender, and it passes too. Thank God for that.
I imagine Schmeisy did a fucking sick ass kickflip with his wheelchair.
Probably, yeah. Not today.
This time, Ellie just ducks entirely behind her shield, and the acid just like.
Okay, that is a significantly less good roll. That is still just 11 points of acid damage, though. But that is cut in half for Schmeisig and the Steel Defender, so that is just 5 points for them each. Good, and you take nothing.
Fuck you!
Your
Mega
shield
beam.
takes it, and it didn't expect that to not work as well the second time, so that's turn. Irana?
Alright. It's gonna hit it again, hopefully. No, no, fuck you! It's still
Better than a nat 1, but it still misses.
still misses, but it's better than a nat one.
Don't
All right.
miss it, but you don't hit Ellie.
Yep.
Exactly.
Could have
Shoot
fucked
Ellie in
somebody
the
else.
back of the head.
All right, yeah, it could have fucked somebody else up pretty bad there. Okay. So, anything else you're doing that turn?
Oh, Bardic Inspiration on Kyra. It's
Woo!
like,
Gotcha.
hit it in the eye!
Alright. How far up is this thing looking, by the way?
How far up? It's about, I'd say 15, 10 feet up now at this point. I had to get down.
Alright,
to
so I'm
get
just gonna
the
bonus
acid.
action. Just gonna bonus action aim again.
Yep.
I'm
Well,
gonna use my bardic inspiration.
do it.
That's a D6, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a d6.
Which I don't think will matter.
Yeah,
Even if an axe roll, it wouldn't get it up there.
Yeah, I'd save it.
All right.
Ah, pooey.
Let's see.
And that was my bonus action, so I can't do throw a dart. So
Yeah. That's turn then. It's now Schmeisig's turn. Let me see. He doesn't have much in the way of... He's technically out of its attack of opportunity range. And... Oh, that's fun. Have to burn a spell slot for it, but that's fun. He's gonna wheel away. and he is going along the way to pick up this old broken shovel. And as he gets far enough away from it, he will cast Catapult.
Nice.
I'm about to reenact one of my favorite kills from the Skull Island from the King Kong game, pinning centipedes to the wall with a spear. Okay. Not bad. Ooh, yeah, that is a 21.
Does it make a saving throw from catapult?
I think it's a bit of both. I have to look up the spell again. Hold on. There we go. Here we are. Yep, it has to make a dex save.
It has disadvantage.
It does have disadvantage on dex saves. Which, that's a 2 plus, so that's a 4. It fails. That's 3d8 bludgeoning. This thing was not looking good. This is probably going to do it. So,
Crunch.
oh, that's just enough. Okay, this is rearing back, about to strike out once again. A shovel flying like a rocket impales it right through the head and smushes it up against the wall, embedding into the magical metal. And it just kind of hangs there like a grotesque acidic pinata. And it's dead.
Alright. Say any more. Okay, there's no more, the music stopped.
Sorry, I get excited.
Pick up on,
I get excited during fights.
Yeah.
pick up on the rust monster, and she's gonna call out in its tongue.
It looks pretty fucked up. It is wobbling quite a bit as it moves forward.
Carrot, does anybody have a health potion or something?
Don't worry about it, I got it.
All right, nice. Takes 6 health back. That's pretty good. It's not at full health by any remote stretch, but it is in much better shape.
DM, may I survival the body and collect my pieces?
You may survival the body.
Yay! Are you rolling? There we go.
21.
21.
Okay, you get the head got slightly crunched in by the shovel, but it was a pretty clean cut along the neck, so you get a good sizable. The head is in pretty good shape. You get the head with that
Hell yeah!
mandibular bits and all that. You can get about 4 leg segments, and the stinger's in pretty decent shape too.
Oh, that's
Awesome.
Well,
Or-
that's a significant bounty for us.
So head of a megapede, 4 megapede legs, and megapede stinger.
And I'll say one really good set of its chitin back plating that you can
Ooh,
pry.
that would be good for armor.
The rust monster kind of regaining its footing a little bit. Eat her dead. Grateful.
Yes, the eater is dead, yes.
Oh my god.
Yes. Now we just need to figure out what's behind those doors.
Yeah, we're definitely going to need to look into that. I think we should take a breather first, though.
Setting up camp would probably be wise.
Yep.
Yes, we agree.
All right.
Probably in here, just in case there is anything else.
The best part is, you just kind of press the steel defender, pry the shovel down, and the body slews off. It's like, I'll make a mean centipede steak. And
Ooh.
that is where we will end the session for tonight.
Woo!
In first iteration of Groran, Kyra became the savior of a group of cactus people. Now it's rust monsters.
Yeah.
Yep, you helped us reclaim the home of a rust monster colony.
Aw. I want a pet rust monster.
Well, hey, they're going to like you now.
Yeah, we could probably convince them not to eat our shit.
Yeah.
Or at least Eat the scraps nobody wants.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can produce unlimited metal for the eat.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like individual popcorn kernels that you can spontaneously generate, but still.
Oh boy. Whew.
Weird thing to say, but I'm glad the Megapede rolled as well as it did. That was a good amount of threat.
That was a threatening mega.
I wasn't
was pretty
worried
good.
for us. I was worried for our NPCs.
Yeah, I was worried for the rust monster.
I was
Yeah.
okay. I still have 29 HP even after that meaty acid
Yep.
breath.
Believe you me, you guys did all the right things with that trap, but then I was rolling its stealth check when it was aware of you, and it rolled a nat 20, and I'm just like, damn it. They're going to feel like I'm not hung over their heads here.
We do.
I understand stealth rolls and how they work. Goddamn bastard just like appeared out of the rock. Dice are mean sometimes.
Yes,
Yeah.
they are.
But likewise, they can be mean back.
Yeah, you guys did real well against it.
At least gotten some good revenge nat 20s.
Yeah. Glad I got to kill with catapult though. That was fun.
Yeah,
I relived a childhood memory. I killed so many of those Skull Island megapedes doing that trick. Just letting their bodies dangle like the horrid little bastards they were.
Whoa.
That was something I didn't realize my Echo did. I thought I just had to dismiss it before I could summon another one. But no, just summoning another one dismisses the previous one automatically.
Well, that's good to know.
So I can just pop it somewhere else and the previous one will vanish.
Yeah, lots of fun tricks with that one.
So Kyra
Yeah.
made an old man's dream come true, and
Yeah! She got the fucking dungeon delve.
She got to do what she went to college for.
The true millennial dream.
you got
Yeah.
to help an old man live out his dream. She got to help a colony of a lost civilization, quote unquote, get their home back.
And she found a fucking ruin of a goddamn gnome city.
Yeah, but you guys will be able to start looking into getting into next session.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Yeah, this was well paced out. Got exactly as far as I was hoping to, or just the right amount of time. Good.
I am
And
glad that
good-
we don't have to. I don't have to go to work tomorrow, so we could go a little farther.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was nice.
Still, that's a very organic stopping point. Next session's probably going to be a little bit of digging around other tunnels to see if you can find a way in. You'll have to try and see what these doors can do. There might be some tricks there.
Yeah, and we
You
are
do have
well
counters
suited.
which is full of puzzles.
Yeah, I have actually bought a couple books of puzzles off of DM's Guild before, too.
Have you looked at that generator thing I sent you?
Which one again?
The dungeon generator?
My memory's failing me right now, but I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's you generate like dungeon layouts with a bunch of things you can choose to put in there.
Oh, yeah, here it is. Yep, I found it. That is nice. Oh, yeah, I've used something like this before. Yeah, that is useful. I'm going to bookmark that, actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
I have bookmarked that Kobold Fight Club.
Okay. Do you want to sign off, DM?
Yes, I will sign off. Say, thanks for listening, nerds. I'm sure that we'll get up to another fascinating scrape next time in Groran. I hope to see you there.